I suppose it's about time to get going then, isn't it? Yeah. It's Tuesday. It's the start of the week again for streams. It's also the end of the month, because keep in mind we've got 3 streams this week, if you include today. Till the end of the month, when October will be done, so
I can't believe what I'm seeing!
Kind of wild. Ayo. That's a name I haven't seen for a little while. Mr. Mac. Welcome in, man. How you doing? Sub. Thank you so much for the prime. I really appreciate it, dude. How are you? Been a little while. How are ya? How's things? That's a very unexpected way to start the stream today. The legendary Scotsman appearing. Actually, did I, no, I did already. Okay. I made sure Nox Cat's working as well, so we should be all ready to go. I haven't forgotten anything. Today, though, we're going to be starting a new game for 1 stream only, and then we're going to come back to it in a few weeks, because we've got Outer Worlds 2 coming out, I think, tomorrow. So we're going to be playing that on Thursday. So we're gonna do one day only of Power Wash 2, and then we're going to come back to it afterwards, so... Things are going well. All the better seeing you still going. Just about, you know. I don't know. I've fringed a few times, to be honest. I've considered jacking it in a couple of times, Mac. To be honest, I don't know. It's one of those things, really. 2025's not been a great year for streams, so I've kind of been on the ropes a few times, but you know, I'm still here. What I do, and may not outperform, but I will outlast. That's what I always think when it comes to most people and this platform. I outlast them all. So yeah, no, I'm still kicking about, just about. Cleaning up my act today. Yeah, I need to, apparently. What a day it could be of cleaning up my act. Yeah, I don't know. A few people who've said that to me, actually, not recently, but in the last little while. I know Eternal as well, when he came in, was like, "Oh, he's still going," and I'm just like, "Yep, still here." For now. I mean, there'll come a day when I say, you know, enough's enough, but I'm still ticking along for now. I've kind of got like. I think if there'll be a big change to like stream, it'll be if certain things happen that I don't want to say in the pipeline, but are planned anyway. Because I have things of what I want to do and where I want to go with stuff in life, and stream will be heavily dictated by what happens there. So that'll probably be the like, not beginning of the end, but that'll be the point where like big things change, probably, if those life things kind of come to fruition or whatever. But we'll see, I suppose. Long way off from all that now, so we won't worry about it for now. Yeah, it's really good to see you though, Mac. It's been a little while. I know you're a busy fella, so we don't see you all too often, but you do manage to pop in every now and again. It's always good to see you. One of the absolute OGs when it comes to the stream, right there. Follow me in February 2021. 4th of February 2021. Jeez, man. So that was like a week after I got affiliate or something. That's crazy. Hard to keep it going when outside forces are involved. Yeah, I mean, well, there's a lot of moving pieces, you know. There's a lot of moving pieces with everything, and things that have kind of made me. There's points where I've gone. And I've gotten like ready to really kind of crack at it again, you know, and then there's times when I've not. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff's happened in 2025 for the stream. A lot of it not necessarily a good thing, but like there's a lot of things like that kind of push me towards that side of like maybe start thinking about winding it down. But then every now and again I'll get like a little burst of inspiration, and I'm like, ooh. But maybe, what if we do this? you know? So I'm still kicking about, but yeah, eventually, obviously, I won't be, but I'm still about for the foreseeable future as of right now. Trying to find my time to watch streams these days, but I have a few. I do drop in a sub. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that you do, man. I appreciate the Prime. You could have given it to absolutely anyone, you know? So. Most times I try to drop it in a sub without seeing, without you seeing it on the counter, but I don't think that's possible. You're too observant. Yeah, I'm pretty switched on with most things because I like, you know, I just kind of, well, it's probably a memory thing as well. I just know roughly, you know, where things are usually. I don't always look, but it's like, you know, I mean, like I'll every time I go to my stream dashboard, I'll see like the sub counts and stuff like that, and I'm like, oh, it's gone up. And I'll always wonder. But then sometimes you'll get outed anyway by the banner in chat that will come up, and it will say like, you know, thanks for starting the new subs goal, and then it'll just drop the person's name, and it's like, you just get outed by Twitch. So yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty good at picking up on that type of stuff, but you know, we'll see. I'll miss it one day, I'm sure. You'll sneak in. If you did it while I was offline, I probably wouldn't notice it quite as easily. I might be like, oh, that's strange, my sub count's gone up, but I wouldn't I don't know. I don't know if I'd notice. But you're also a founder, so if I was looking in my dashboard, I might see it because of that, because it always shows the founders list. So I don't know. I'm not sure. But either way, though, I really appreciate it, my dude. 35-month Prime. Because you could have used that Prime on absolutely anyone, and you decided to use it here in the stream, and I appreciate that very much. So thank you so much for that. We're at, what is that? Is that one of 5 on the subs goal? That subs goal doesn't even matter at this point. I think we've broken it twice this month already, or something crazy. The bits goal's been struggling along, but the subs goal's been absolutely outrageous this month. It's been great. With all the you know, resubs and regular subs, and then Took with his 15 gift subs, we've smashed the goals up pretty well. So we've done pretty well on that front. Well, I'm gonna get the game up in just a minute as well. We're gonna start on our. Well, I need to get the counters up. For one day only, I need the counter up anyway. Because as I say, we're playing Power Wash 2, the sequel, today. But then we're going to be switching directions in a day or two, because we need to then go to Outer Worlds, which we'll be doing. Outer Worlds 2, which releases tomorrow. So I think it's tomorrow anyway. So we're going to be playing that, which will be good. Because we played Outer Worlds 1 recently and we 100%ed it. So we thought, you know what? Let's do the second one, shall we? Because why not? So we're going to do the second one as well. I need to adjust the counter though, because it currently is at 19. I need to reverse it back to 0. That's from when we finished Spray Paint Sim. So we finished painting the whole town, and now we need to go and clean the whole town up. So that's what we're going to do. Let me switch those screens over real quick. My snazzy transition. That. Now, let's open the game up. I was also thinking about this the other day, but I love how this lab, in its same state, has essentially survived the last, like, 4 years. Or 3 years or something. Like, ever since I switched to streaming on the PC, the lab has been here. I still have the other version as well, the one with all the art stuff in. So we've got, like, the mighty lab has been a fixture of this stream for a very long time now, and I'm very glad to still have it be a part of things. Hey, welcome in, Nitty and Bevan. How you guys doing? Hello, hello. There we go. Another quest, another job for Nige Meaddrinker to take on. Indeed, indeed. He's going back to his old profession of painting. Well, not painting, cleaning. He's done painting and he's done cleaning. Although, technically, was it Nige Meaddrinker at that point? I don't know if he was, because I think Nige Meaddrinker might not have existed when we did Power Wash 1. So, yeah, the dinosaur is still there out the window as well. Just Switch track real quick. He is still out there. If you look right above my head, the dinosaur is still out there. We do also have the second lab with all of its various pieces of artwork as well, which still exists. The redrawn version by... Oh, it's already up there. But there you go. The redrawn version with all of the different pieces of art up there. That also still exists. So there you go. We've got loads of different bits and pieces on there now. We've got some emote designs. We've got some little other PFP bits. We've got, you know, Christmas card stream art. We've got the Gingy, which will be out in about a month or so. Well, just over. Some autumn stuff. We've got the dinosaur still outside again. Great, isn't it? Yeah, we have the old lab is still alive and kicking too. I've updated it, I think, about once in the last couple of years, so it's still going strong as it always has. Which is always nice. Am I hearing like cat noises? Is that going to close the game if I press this again? Oh no. We have like a hub. We can pet a cat. Oh, this is great. Look at this. Bubbles. Ulysses. Oh, we got an achievement. There you go. Well, Trophy Plus is first achievement of Power Wash 2 for petting some cats. So there you go. We've done it. That was a good start, wasn't it? I think we can wash our house as well. We want. Interesting. There's going to be some trophies here in the hub. I wonder if there's going to be one for reading all this stuff. Examine... Okay, yeah, we have. We just got another achievement. Keep in mind, I'll say this now. I actually haven't looked at any of the... I've looked at no achievement stuff at all. So I don't know what any of them are. We're just kind of doing stuff. So we managed to get 2 already from doing nothing, basically. Oh, look at this. We got like our own little shop. That's kind of cool. Let me scroll up real quick and catch up. Yeah, your handiwork, exactly. Did better than the class average, 82% on the test. Average was 60. Let's go. That's kind of what you expected there, Bevan, wasn't it? Like, to miss a few here and there. Not bad, though. That's pretty solid. Practice went all right. Let's go. That's what we love to see. Thank you, Nitty, for the 155 stream streak as well. I really appreciate it, my dude. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Oh, here we go. Van styling. Whoa, look at this. And we can get other stuff later on. Look at this. We get the skins. Oh. Urban Extreme. Look at that. Hold up, we have 3 cats. Apparently, we have little Bubbles here. We have Ulysses, and we have Squeak. There you go. Do the achievement, defeat 2 players. Well, I'm gonna have to kill people with water, am I? Go to the map. I guess we just start washing, right? Removals van, let's go. Let's just get into it. Great news, you're fully moved in. The removals van's moved in the wash bay, awaiting your expertise. Did you see the way that we just spun the gun round on our finger? That was amazing. It was in the background here. Don't think the van should pose too much trouble, despite you having to sell off most of your equipment. I know we got a bit carried away at the auction, but trust me, there's so much more potential in this place. Oh, and Jess says not to worry about paying for the van hire. In fact, she'll pay you. Wow, that's what I love, is people paying me for my own work. This professor might not be it, with the class average being so low. I don't know, some of the questions blindsided me. I think you did a pretty decent job, though, Bevan, getting what you did. I mean... Okay, and I can change nozzles for that. Alright, okay. I have different guns already. I have whatever this one is. Different nozzles. Long barrel. There we go. Defeat 2 league players by washing them for the first time in 12 years. I love that. Oh, we've got to do the inside of the van as well. Interesting, okay. Been a little while since we've done power wash. Obviously, we did, you know, our most recent one being spray paint sim. Change stance. Oh, okay, let's just crouch. What a game this is, man. I wonder if this one works better for it. Love a bit of power wash. What's the... Spaces... What's the highlight button? Oh, it's like the foam sprayer. I don't know what the highlight button is. I guess we'll have to just figure it out as we go. Good to see all you guys, though. I hope everyone's having a good one. Thank you for being here, and thank you to Mr. Mac again for the cheeky resub. Much appreciated. The 35 months with Prime. Things we love to see. How is this not done? Yeah, that's how it's not done. Unbelievable. We got 3 streams left of the month as well. Just 3. Can we finish the bits goal before the end of the month? That's another question that has to be answered. We've managed to do the subs goal twice. Can we make the bits as well? Who knows? Nice. Alright, let's just go for all the tutorial things it wants me to. Rotate nozzle. Change nozzles. Yep. Change washers. Yep. Change nozzles. That's the foam sprayer. Change extensions. Yeah. Long barrel, the other one. Q. Oh, there you go. Dirt highlight. Very handy, isn't it? C for free aim mode, which is the one that everyone uses to speed run, where they just go like that all over the screen and everything gets done in 2 minutes. Let's just start on the door. Of course, Power Wash plays a little differently to spray paint sim. So it's similar vibe, but yeah. I may need to turn the volume down a touch as well, because it is quite loud. Well, let's do that now, actually, if I can. Oh, here's an interesting thing as well. Let's just change the FOV up. Interesting thing for everybody as well that you might find quite funny. You know the music that we had on in the other game? In spray paint? The radio?
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
We got copyright claimed on that, by the way. The radio music in spray paint. Heyo! We got Oreo with the 42 months. Let's go. All the big subs today. We got a 35 and now we got 42. Welcome into you, of course. I know you aren't feeling great today because you called out of work because you're sick. So I hope that you feel better. It's nice to see you, and thank you so much for the resub, of course. I appreciate it very much. As always. I remember when we played through the entirety of Power Wash 1 together, actually, Oreo. That was a good time. Maybe we'll play through this one as well at some point. You never know if we find the time. Yeah, thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate it. For anyone as well who wasn't here right at the start when I was explaining things, the reason we're playing this today is because Outer Worlds comes out tomorrow, okay? So you're thinking, oh, we're playing Outer Worlds tomorrow then, are we? No, we're not. What we are playing tomorrow is War Thunder like normal. However, because of Outer Worlds coming out on a Wednesday, that means on Thursday, which is our next 100% achievement hunting stream, we have the ability to start playing the Outer Worlds 2. So, on Thursday, we are going to be playing the Outer Worlds 2. Now, we had to have one stream, basically, today that we needed to kill a bit of time on. And I thought, well, you know what? Let's just do something. And I thought, well, we're going to 100% Power Wash 2 anyway, at some point. So let's get on with it, I guess. And we'll start it today. And then we can just come back to it probably... I mean, it depends how long Outer Worlds takes, really. I don't see it being endlessly long, but still. You never know. Sure, it'll keep us busy for a while. So maybe it'll be like Christmas or something, and then we'll come back to this. Tell you what, these tires will never be nice to clean in this game. I hate doing these types of things. How am I supposed to get in there and clean these bloody things? I don't understand. There we go. Now that's a crock of shite. We have fire music, but we'll claim your video. Yeah, I thought it was really weird. It was only a couple of songs as well. But we got copyright, or we got the thing saying that, you know, it had been flagged as a copywritten thing. The 2 pieces of music from that game. Which, it's kind of, again, it's that same thing we were talking about the other week, except this is slightly different, because Fallout New Vegas is different, right? Because it uses, like, third-party music. Just uses old third-party music. But, like, I don't really understand putting music like that in the game and having an in-game radio if someone's going to play it on a stream and then it gets copyright claimed. Like, it's in-game music using an in-game radio station. And we got copyright claimed for it. It's a bit, silly, I think. It's a fun game, but... yeah, I think that's a bit silly to get copyright claimed for that, personally, but... you know. I'm just a player at the end of the day. My opinion doesn't mean all that much. That bumper looking, well, looking okay, isn't it? I guess we'll just do the front now. Or should we just go all around like the... no, let's just do the front. Screw it. Yee, yeah. Yeah, maybe one day we'll play, we'll do this game together as well. It'll be fun. Remember doing the whole of Power Wash 1. That was a fun time. I do like these types of games. I think the achievement count total on this game is 40 as well. So that's the overall total. Obviously, we're not going to get 40 today. As much as we might try and, you know, go for it, I don't think we're going to 100% the game in one day. So we're going to have to admit defeat on that one at least and worry about something else. Outer Worlds 2, I feel like it's going to be a right pain, because if they have another supernova difficulty, that's going to be annoying in itself, especially because it's going to be a new game, and there's not going to be any guides or anything. So if there's anything we kind of like get stuck on, we're basically on our own. It's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. Nice and relaxing, isn't it, this? Great. I'm sure someone's already speedran this game as well, considering the first one people had, like, just done outrageous speedruns on. I can't imagine this one's too different. At least in that regard. Be some absolute fiend who's already done, like, a 5-minute clear of the entire game. Probably not. Well, I can dream, you know. Maybe we'll find time for it one day. Be fun. Good, isn't it? What I wanted. What's the key for moving that? Okay. Well, I can actually walk up the steps rather than having to just jump on them. That's great. That's a small quality of life thing. We take those wins. I think in the other game you couldn't just walk up them, if I remember rightly. Very anti-gravity here as well. But that glare on the windscreen's not very nice, does it? Little extreme. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. The van's looking good. Although how someone managed to get a removals van that dirty, you kind of have to ask questions, but there we go. Just don't play stuff anymore. Yeah, true. You don't really play stuff anymore. You never know, though. Maybe one day. I'm hopeful. Here's what it is, though. Alright, that's looking good, isn't it? How far do we go on this side? About the same. Okay. We'll do like this section, then we'll do the top section of the truck when we need to in a bit. Hey, welcome in, Christoph. How's it going? Hello, hello. Unusual to see you during the week, of course. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for being here, though, everybody. I appreciate you guys all hanging out and vibing and whatnot. Thanks for being here. Annoying, we got to do the whole inside of this truck as well, isn't it? I love how the first tyre was an absolute pain in the arse, and then the second one's been fine. Weird, isn't it? Good range on this thing as well. I have a minor update as well to give everybody about the stuff I was talking about on Sunday as well. It's a disappointing update, so I'll give her on that in a minute. It's not what we were expecting. Not only is it our tribute show, it's also a costume party. Did I miss something? Pony wants his copyright money as well. Yeah. Truck is... Yeah, the truck's... Yeah, it's not looking good, is it? Light your cut, Jeep. Currently in between jobs, but did have a good interview earlier. Got to go back Thursday for a second with the shop manager. Nice. Well, good luck with it though, my dude. Hopefully it all goes well. What we want to see. We like good news from you guys here, so I hope it all works out. You'll have to let us know at some point this week what happens. Yeah, good luck, man. We're all rooting for you. My minor update about that stuff I was talking about on Sunday as well is a very annoying one. Essentially what ended up happening is after this thing had already been deferred multiple times, it was supposed to be done yesterday. It got deferred again. So, yeah. Now I gotta wait till at least Thursday for this thing to get done. And it had already been pushed back 3 times, so... Yeah, I'm a bit annoyed. That's the only update I have about that stuff at the moment. Nice clean exhaust, look at that. Look at that, we've had this truck looking great in no time. It's amazing, isn't it? We've done a phenomenal job so far. Although, I tell you what, I guess it's because this is Power Wash 2, but it's like an introduction. This is a big job for job number 1. I mean, Power Wash 1, it was like you had the van, which only took a few minutes. You had like a golf cart and stuff. This is quite a big one to start on. Makes me wonder about the horrific things we're going to find later on that are going to take like multiple hours, like the old, the gnome fountain and stuff. I'm scared. Gonna have flashbacks to that bridge all over again. That spray paint sim bridge was that was tough. You weren't there for it. I'll spare you the details, but it was 4.5 hours. How long it took us to spray paint a bridge in that game. Not because I was going particularly slowly, because the bridge was that big. Looking alright, isn't it? Well, it's looking alright now, anyway. You're a bit lost on my last message, so I'm practicing for as a tribute show plus costume party. So, oh, okay. Oh, yeah, of course. I remember you said it was on Halloween. It was on Friday, of course. You'll have to tell us all about it on Sunday, Nitty, after it happens, because of course I won't be around for Halloween on stream. I always feel a bit out of place on Twitch on Halloween anyway, because everyone plays spooky games, but I'm not really a horror games person. So I'm just like, I'm kind of glad it's not. I don't have a Halloween stream. So I feel like there's just kind of this expectation that everyone just plays spooky games, and like I just don't. I'm playing Power Wash 2, you know. That's what I'm playing. I'm not really one for spooky games. I just don't really find them that enjoyable. Not inherently because they're like spooky, but just horror games as a genre is just not really my thing. Not really a big fan. Yeah, the truck, I think on the removals here, I think what ended up happening is they accidentally took a cross country through Shrek's swamp. I think it might be what actually happened here on this, as to how this truck got so dirty, and they just drove it through a swamp. Pretty bad, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't get this dirty accidentally. This is deliberate that you get it this dirty, this truck, right? No one's just driving it on the roads and getting this much stuff on it. Someone's been painting the side of this thing with crap. Maybe they're just a really unpopular removals company and people have just been like throwing stuff at the van, you know? That's also a possibility. Change nozzles. Put the white nozzle on because we're up close. Or is it the green is the big one? That's white, isn't it? We want the big nozzle. Yes. Lovely. How does a truck? Yeah, I don't understand how they managed to do that. Unless they accidentally they dug this up like a fossil and it had actually been buried underground or something. Maybe that's the other option. Maybe this has been buried underground like a fossil. Get parkour. Look at that. There we go. Do the roof and then we'll do the interior last. Why not? Actually, something I just thought about. Why is the inside of the truck dirty as well? Because the back's open and the inside of the truck is just as dirty as the outside of the truck. How does that happen? You know? Maybe it got... Maybe we're just thinking too much about this and this got washed away in the floods. Maybe that's what it is, you know? Maybe there was a giant flood because we've been power washing too much. And all that excess water flooded the city. And the van actually got taken away in the floods. And because of that, it got full of dirty water. And that's what happened. You know, I could see it. What are you doing in my swamp? Sir, our truck broke down. Please call a tow truck. Get an excavator and a winch. Yeah, I think you'd need one in this case. That makes sense. It's an antique store truck. They just pop up from a nearby swamp. Guess that day, but somehow missed the salt frames. Yeah. Yeah, we won't talk about some of that stuff. We'll just all glaze over those some details of that. It's a good job there was a local power washer nearby, though, wasn't there, that just so happened to need to move stuff in. I guess the insinuation is that we need to use the moving truck, or we've already used the moving truck. In which case, we put all our boxes of stuff inside this van and watched it drive along. Not great, is it? I'll tell you what we should also do, just out of interest in a minute. While we're up here, we should have a look for Easter eggs, because you might see... Should we see if we can find any of the old, like, Power Wash 1 sites that we can see or anything? It doesn't look like it, does it? I was going to say, it'd be cool if we could see, like, one of the old buildings that we did in Power Wash 1, but I don't really see any. Ah. Oh, well. Well, that's the entire exterior of the truck. Oh, look at that. They got a running animation. It's like we're in an FPS. Got a vending machine down here as well. Look at this. Doesn't look like we can interact with it in any way, but there's the van. Classic van from Power Wash 1. Calling it serial killer dumped the body with the truck. We've polished the turd. Turns out it's a collectible. You know what? Yeah, it isn't great, is it? I think that's a fair assessment. A little smiley face there. Look at that. Someone's drawn a nice smiley face in the dirt. Isn't that nice? The old ladder up as well. I guess did the roof trim isn't done. What are we missing on the trim? Ah, there we go. A rather obvious spot on the front. There we go. Lovely. Like we can still hear cat noises as well, even though we're outside. So the best addition to the game so far is that they added pets. Okay, I guess I just have to move out of the way. I can't drop it on the ground. Handy. Well, the antique gold truck, it's a PSA 10 too. That remind me about golds. Gonna get flashbacks of gold Charizard again. Just wait till Christmas and we somehow manage to pull it again. That's all I'm saying. The likelihood of that happening is basically non-existent, but I think it's possible. Well, it is if we get the right stuff anyway, I guess. If I get some obsidian flames, there's no reason why we shouldn't get one. Considering we get one literally every time. But I don't think I have any reason to get any obsidian flames. Obsidian flames is also really expensive these days as well, and I don't really know why. So the only good thing is that because of the new stuff coming out, with phantasmal flames coming out, I think in like a couple of weeks, some of the like stuff might chill out on obsidian flames and things like that, and it might cool down a little bit because people are kind of chasing the new stuff. So that might work out kind of well for Christmas in mind. We might be able to pick up some stuff to open on stream. We'll see. Hey. It's coming along rather nicely, isn't it? The dreadful Gold Zard curse. How could you forget? Of course, the dreadful Gold Zard curse. Last box truck I cracked open at a salvage yard. Well, it had a crack past. Anyways, went and had to remove the lab. You found a truck at a salvage place. That's interesting. I guess someone had just gotten rid of it. I feel like this is the classic Power Wash music as well from the last game, yeah? What am I about? Classic power wash music. This is the lo-fi from thingy. Maybe I previously remember listening to this while doing power wash, and it sort of created a memory for me. This feels like iconic power wash music, though. I must have had me lo-fi on last time I was doing it. We need them steps as well, so we can get that little bit. I remember what you pulled last year from the box I sent you. It was, I think it was the Paradox Rift booster bundle. I don't remember which, when we opened it exactly. The booster, but I do remember this. All of the booster bundles that we opened last year all hit really well. I remember that. I think every single booster bundle for all the different sets we got actually were pretty good. Although, actually, now I say that, maybe Twilight Masquerade was kind of a bit flat, but I think all the rest of them were really good. The SV base one was solid. I remember that. We pulled a full art trainer we didn't have. Shrouded Fable, I think we pulled an SIR from the booster bundle, which is kind of crazy. What else did we open? We opened a couple of booster bundles. I think we had more than 3, but I don't remember. Booster bundles are so hard to get now, it's unreal. Everybody just buys them because they're, you know, a kind of a good way of getting just packs, which is what most people want. They don't care about a lot of the other stuff. I suppose mentioning that is a good time to say that if anyone does want to contribute towards that stream, you can always pick stuff up on Throne, but I mean, you don't have to, and no one should feel obligated to in any way. It's just there if you really want to. And you think, gee, I want to, you know, I want to contribute something to stream and see if I'm the one who gets the gold Zard to appear, you know? But yeah, no one should feel like they have to, or, you know, whatever. Rather you spend the money on yourselves. But it's there if anyone wants it, I guess. Worked at a salvage yard and an old box truck from the previous owners had a lab of cracked hidden. Oh, it was like a meth truck, a drug smuggling or synthesizing truck. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm fairly certain, Christoph, it was a Paradox Rift booster bundle that you ended up doing. I think. Because there was that crazy day where socially and an individual who will not be named from now on ended up going crazy on the wish list and got a couple of booster boxes, and then I think Bruised might have as well, came in as well, and like chimed in with some bits and pieces. Oh, I feel like, Christoph, you might have also done a tin. Maybe. Or something. I feel like you did a booster bundle and something else. Now I think about it. Don't quote me on that though, but I feel like I remember that. Last time we pulled a gold Charizard though was the birthday stream, so. No, actually, was it the birthday or was it? No, it was the birthday, wasn't it? It wasn't the one before I went on vacation. That was just Destined Rivals before it was overpriced to shit. After that stream, that was like the last time I think Destined Rivals booster boxes went for MSRP. After that point, they all just like doubled in price overnight. Ridiculous, man. It's crazy though, isn't it, when you think about it, that like a card game like that has had so much money pumped into it now that it's like the prices of things are actually just ridiculous. Where one booster box of like one of those sets is now, you know, multiple hundred. I don't know where Destined is at right now, but it was 500 last time I saw Destined Rivals, and that's pounds as well, not dollars. It was £500 a booster box, which is just outrageous, quite frankly. Well, actually, it's more than outrageous. It's pretty disgusting that that was the price. But... Oh, welcome in, Nico, as well on YouTube. I didn't notice. Didn't notice you come in over there. Welcome in. I want to share with you some thoughts on how far my War Thunder challenge is going so far, despite having some existential dread with some of the vehicles. Existential dread might be a bit much. It is a video game at the end of the day. But go on. Really had a blast so far, getting from one awful card to now finishing the Italian 2.3 bracket. Yeah, that's what I said would happen, right? Exactly as I said, once you get through the stinkers, you get onto some fun stuff, and then it makes you forget about the shit vehicles you had to play for however long before. Like with me and the striker. Started again to present mindset regarding the challenge. It's better than laughs and fun when you spade will be our bracket and then regrets and disappointment. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Not well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a video game, right? So if you just don't enjoy it, then don't play it, is what I think. If like if the challenge is that miserable that you didn't want to do it, then there'd be no point playing the game in general, right? You can have days where it sucks, like I did with the striker. There was a day where I did it where I was like, you know, really not very happy, but I don't know. That's the thing to remember, is at the end of the day, it's a game, right? Designed to be fun. So I suppose there isn't a mindset shift needed to think that the game's fun, because it just kind of should be. I don't know. We all know my thoughts about War Thunder, and I don't always find it particularly fun, because there are some days where it's just annoying. But a lot of it isn't necessarily the game, it's more of like the situation surrounding it, right? Like the fact that it's kind of hard to enjoy it sometimes when you get these absolute like brain dead teammates that just ruin the game for you. And it's a lot harder to enjoy it when you're just like, you know, like that game we did the other day, right? Was that game in the Oliphant and the Roy Cat where I dropped 7 kills? Not the best game in the world. 7 kills is solid. I dropped 7 kills, the game ends, and the other 15 players on my team combined got 5 kills. So I out-fragged them by 2, and that was 15 people to my 1, and I beat them by 2 kills. You know, it's like, it's hard to enjoy that match when you're kind of out there having a good game yourself, but the rest of your team's so bad that, like, you might as well not even bother playing. It's like I've had it in Siege before as well, me and Mirage, when we used to play ranked, where, like, you play a match and, hey, welcome in, Shags. But you play a match in ranked and you get, like, you know, 10 kills or something, and then everyone else in your team's dropped fuck all. And it's just... it was always frustrating. Think of the obligatory... it's not the word, is it? The, you know, whatever word I'm looking for. The classic hello there you go. From Christoph. How you doing there, Shags? Welcome in, man. Good to see everybody today. I appreciate you all being here, you know. They, nice to have you here. There's also a BRB starting in just over a minute as well, so I was about to say hopefully we can finish this first job before the BRB, and actually there we go. Achievement unlocked. Complete the removals van. Do we see our favorite thing, which is the what's it called? The time lapse. Here we go. Look at that. Love the time lapse. So we won't see any of the inside because the camera angle, but still. You just see water spraying out the back of the van. Oh wait, can you rewatch it? Press R. Oh, you can. They've actually allowed you to rewatch it now. That's good. So you couldn't do that in the old game. The small quality of life thing that's quite nice. Thank you for the hype as well there, you guys. Let's go. Yeah, we got 3 achievements already. Wishy, Jess is enthralled by her sparkling removals van. Well, maybe she should not drive it in the middle of a swamp or something next time. She says she'll give you first dibs on any furniture that she comes across, so keep an eye out for any new items appearing in the shop. It's all pre-restoration stuff, so pretty dirty, but I'm sure you're okay with that. Told you it would all come together. I'm not sure I want to buy someone's, like, crap encrusted couch and put it in our shop, even if we power wash it. That's pretty grim, isn't it? Either way. I'm going to switch screens because I know the BRB is literally about to start in a second. But yeah, makes you think of the King of the Hill theme. I'm not sure I know the one, to be honest. Nice little washer inspect there. Yeah, the time lapse that it does in these games is really cool. I quite like it. It's one of my favorite sort of features of these games is that little time lapse at the end, you know. Arcade, even in the made the grant easy. It's basically point and click adventure. If who gets who first, don't be angry with it much when you get sniped. I mean, I guess I don't know. I mean, just because it's a different game mode, it doesn't mean it shouldn't be, and you know, it can't be frustrating. I don't know. I'm gonna go for a BRB anyway. I'll be back in a minute. Okay. I'll double check the achievement amount as well in a moment and make sure that we actually have 3 and that we haven't got any other stealth achievements. But yeah, I'll be everyone back in a sec. That was a quick break. Felt like that wasn't 3 minutes. But welcome back though, everybody. Wheeze back. We have a look at the big stuff. See what's going on. Achievements. Where are we at? Oh, I'm gonna have to close and reopen the game, aren't I? Or not the game, the Xbox app. Any minute now. Any minute now. Xbox app was running really slow earlier as well, so I'm hoping it'll speed up a bit. Thank you for the welcome, X guys. We're at 50 gamer score. How many achievements are we at? 3, as expected. Okay, so we're in the right ballpark for that. Let's continue, I suppose. Public facility. There's $400 for this job. It doesn't look particularly hard, does it? So there we go. Welcome to the town of Detergento. Nice, Detergento. Or Detergento. However we want to pronounce it. I mean, the word detergent, but with the O at the end. Detergento doesn't sound right, does it? Detergento sounds more like a town in sort of the Med somewhere. Where where the past meets the future in to manifest a present that we can all live with. A thing happened to us the other day when I asked my colleague to go to do a deep dive inventory on our public facilities. We found schematics for a revolutionary convenience installed in 2003, but then almost immediately forgotten about and assumed to be a bench. Okay, whole thing is just pure detergento. I don't know why, but that's such a weird, hard word for me to say. Detergento. Or detergento. I don't know why I'm struggling with that so much. There you go, we're in the middle of the town. Nice town, isn't it? We got the Cyber Cafe here as well. So this is the thing they were talking about. This is what we're cleaning. We did that whole truck and now we got this. Okay. Do the nice exterior, shall we? And then go around from there. Make it look lovely in no time. Detergentos didn't realise they ranked up from the pods to cereal. Yeah. It does actually sound a bit like a cereal, doesn't it? Detergentos. They're like Tide Pods, but made into cereal. The new collaboration between Cheerios and Tide Pods. Detergentos. They'll clean your washing and destroy your insides at the same time. The best of both worlds. Probably Italian detergent. Yeah. I could see it being Italian. Maybe we're in the outskirts of New York or something, you know, where a lot of Italians are. I could see it, Shags. Oh, I could see it. Coming together nicely, this, isn't it? Oh, there must be more to this. We've done 8%. Ah. What does this say? Open. What opens, though? You don't think this is something like that comes out of the ground, do you? It's going to like lift up in a minute when we finish cleaning it. It's going to be like a two-phase thing. That'd be interesting. Because they said it was like a public convenience, right? Which is like a public bathroom. This obviously isn't a bathroom, so I mean... I wonder. Wonder if something's going to like lift up. Whether like this little pod in the middle is going to like come out of the ground or something. That'd be kind of cool. Detergent O's, a clean and complete breakfast. Warning, do not eat detergent O's if you are sane and self-respecting human being. You will have a very clean set of insides, though, if you do. Yeah, and it could be a nuclear silo as well. This is just Fallout 4 is what this is. If Power Wash met Fallout. Could be a nuclear bunker. Crack open a San Pellegrino at that new bar. Detergento. I haven't had a San Pellegrino since I left America in the summer. Tragic that is, isn't it? Absolutely tragic. I'll have to get another one again at some point. They're expensive though, them San Pellegrinos, let me tell you. Bloody expensive. Oh, I also just remembered something last time that I was going to mention, but I completely forgot last stream. You want to know what it is? Last stream, something wild happened. Right? Last stream was the first stream in memory where there were no Nox Cat redeems. Nox Cat did not make an appearance last stream, as far as I remember. So there you go. Kind of wild, right there. Nox Cat managed to go a whole stream without coming out. Oh. It said roof sign. Hello. Bloody hell, this thing's huge. I wasn't expecting that. I thought the little bit in the middle was going to come up or something. Oh, wow. Nasty. You think these footprints are from the person who dirtied up the truck? There's a serial dirter in this town. Goes around spraying crap on stuff. Wild, you say? Hopefully not a Thornbury. Not that kind of wild. More of the kind of wild that isn't that wild. You just kind of go, oh. And then just move on with your life, you know. Yeah, he's back. There you go. Bruce caught lacking. Yeah. Bruce was... He must have been having a day off or something. Yeah, it's unusual these days that Nox Cat doesn't get used. But, you know. A new job is available. We're camped out in the middle of nowhere and in one heap of filthy trouble. I'm sure I want to know what they're getting up to in the middle of the woods. Bunch of people in a heap of filthy trouble in the woods. Reminds me of a joke I heard once, but it's so bad, I will actually say it, but it's like, bad as in, not as in like bad as in, oh, that's a terrible joke to say. Bad as in like, it's one of those ones that you roll your eyes at more than anything. That someone I once heard somewhere, and it's relevant to this because the person's just said they're in the middle of the woods camping. Which is, there was this, this random joke that someone, I think I saw it in a Twitch chat once, in like a video I was watching of some Twitch highlights where someone said it and the streamer read it out. I don't remember what video it was though, but someone, it was more of a statement than a joke specifically, where someone just went, has anyone ever told you about sex while camping? It's fucking intense. And it's just like, why? Why? That's just like the kind of joke. It's the kind of statement you hear and you just go, fuck's sake. And you just move on with your life. Well, it's just like, oh my god. So there you go. You can use that one if you want. No one will, because you won't ever have an opportunity to use it, nor is it good enough to be used. But there you go. There's that one if you want it. Next time someone brings up camping, just randomly say that in the middle of the sentence and then just walk off. Can't even fault it. It's a solid joke. It's not too bad, but it's like you just kind of have to roll your eyes at it and just go, what the fuck? There was also another good one I saw the other day that was, it was in a Limmy compilation, which was someone said that their mate entered a Winston Churchill lookalike competition and they came second. They said he got close but no cigar, and it's just like... That's also another one that you look at and you're just kind of like, why? But it's also kind of brilliant at the same time. If you don't understand the joke, because you don't know anything about history, Winston Churchill, the Prime Minister of England during the time when, or Britain I suppose, during World War II when he made a speech to the nation that they were going to retake the beaches of Normandy from the Nazi regime that had overtaken France at the time. Famously had a cigar a lot of the time, so that's where that comes from. Is it being the thing that close but no cigar, because it was a Winston Churchill lookalike competition, but he didn't have the cigar. It's a clever one, but not everyone will get that. That's more of a niche one. It's like Shags when he made a joke once about Margaret Thatcher. 90% of people in this stream will have no idea what you were talking about, Shags. I did, though. Somehow this man's got a team keeping him fed and hydrated at this rate of dysentery. And keeping it strictly to objects and clean lines is malicious and impressive. It is pretty good, isn't it? One of the scaphism victims exploded. It's like that one, what do you mean, Mickey? She's extremely silly. I love those kind of like statement one-liner jokes, yeah. They're always good. Well, I say always good. They can be anyway. Sometimes they suck, but they are the type of ones you roll your eyes at really more than anything. But I feel like you have to have that every now and again, don't you? A joke that you just roll your eyes at instead, because I mean that just works, doesn't it? There we go. It's all coming together. I hope we don't have to do the inside of this thing as well, but... Because, I mean, if this is how bad the outside is, I don't want to know what someone's got up to on the inside of this bloody toilet. What is this? Driving me barking. Here we woof again. The movie, I guess. Oh, there's a proper Welsh name there as well. Gethin. That's a really Welsh name. Well, Gethin. Gethin Dunn. I mean, Dunn I wouldn't really say is a particularly Welsh sounding name, but Gethin, though. It's a proper Welsh one, that is. It's a very Welsh first name. Thomas is another very Welsh name as well. Or Thomas. And then for surnames, Jones is probably one of the most common ones. Thomas also does work as a surname for people too, so there's also that. Looking alright on the back here, isn't it? We got another poster on this side? No? Pointed. They're lovely, isn't it, this? power washing. Nice to do one of these chill streams before having to maybe do supernova difficulty again on the Outer Worlds. I mean, they might not include it, but what do you think the chances are that they will? Because I think it's quite high, isn't it? I don't see why they wouldn't include supernova if they did it in the first game. Let's just hope that they didn't come up with an even more messed up idea and went, you know what, maybe supernova wasn't enough. We'll add some more stipulations. If they did that, then they're just cruel, you know? But at the same time, I could almost see it, you know? Obsidian just going, you know what, let's just make it even more obnoxious than the first time. It wouldn't surprise me. Come back to that light. Deserve the boot. I accidentally put upset twice. What? I am rather confused. Nice signs on here to, you know, let people know that this is the, where the entrance is to the lavatory. Well signed. Too close though. Patch notes added black hole difficulty, much harder than supernova, no save points. The game deletes itself. Yeah, it's like a Outer Worlds Nuzlocke. If you die, you lose all your gear and it restarts the game. Oh, that would be disgusting if that happened, man. I'm just hoping there isn't going to be anything infuriating in it again. The thing is, though, we beat Supernova the first time, so, like, we know what we're dealing with. We've conquered Obsidian's hardest difficulty once. We can do it again. We just need to remember to prioritize certain things. Number one being crank the speech skills up to the max if we can, because then we can effectively cheese the entire game. The other thing as well is we won't necessarily know all the achievements either, so it'll probably just be like playthrough 1 on Supernova or whatever, and then do whatever we do while we're doing that and figure everything else out as we go. I am looking forward to it though. I enjoyed the first game. Did we not finish the poster? Very sneaky. There we go. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be fun. Although I think we are going to have to do the inside of this thing. We're only at 50-odd%. Well, that's disappointing. Oh, well. Oh. It's like a secret base or something, isn't it? Like we just discovered some MI5 thing. Did a joke and it got blocked. I'm sure I can guess which word did it. Oh, I didn't see anything come up from auto mod. That's weird. Huh. That's unusual. Usually auto mod will flag stuff for me in chat and ask me to approve or deny it, but I didn't see anything. Let's do the floor first, shall we? I know that technically if you want to be absolutely efficient about it, someone would say you shouldn't do the floor first because you're just going to wash the walls and it'll all go down onto the floor anyway. Which I'm aware of, but it's a video game, it doesn't fucking matter, alright? Keep your opinions to yourself. Yeah, have a good one, Nee. Thanks for hanging out, man. I hope your last couple of practice sessions go well. And appreciate you hanging out and vibing and whatnot. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, I guess. Take it easy, my dude. You have a good one, yeah? Look at me drink. Oh, look at that. Can you imagine if we could pull the flush? That would have been great, wouldn't it? We close the door. Not that you'd want to in a place like this. You'd probably die of inhaling some sort of disease. You get rat lungworm disease from in here, I think. Or a brain-eating amoeba, one of the two. Wouldn't be good either way. Yeah. Oh, that one well. Do the ceiling next, because it's annoying. Do the ceiling. I like the sort of light strip around the outside as well. That's kind of nice, isn't it? Just said it wasn't posted because of mod settings. Old mechanic joke. Oh, I see the word that got blocked. I think it's because I think it comes under auto mod settings because I'm fairly certain that word. I don't know if it's considered. I don't think it's considered a slur, but I don't think it's considered a. I think it's vaguely considered a derogatory word for transgender people. So that's why that got blocked, I think. And so, just gonna delete that. We'll keep that out of chat. I'm fairly certain that's considered a derogatory word these days, but I may be wrong on that. Allison is a brand of transmission. Ah. Interesting. Didn't know you used to. Wow. I didn't know you used to do mechanic stuff, Christoph. That's kind of interesting. Never been all that mechanically inclined myself, personally. I do the odd bit and piece on my bike, though, but yeah. Can we not put this in here? I have to stand on the bog. Wrong nozzle. There we go. An air conditioning unit. Probably need it inside one of these things though, right? Because, I mean, this is pretty... I mean, if you went inside this thing, which is a public bathroom, right? And it was just in the sun all day. And there wasn't an AC unit to clear out the air. That'd be pretty grim, wouldn't it? I can imagine. Hey, Kina, welcome in. How you doing? It's nice to see you. Definitely a start on my mid-rock call. Yeah. I see. I'm not sure. I can remember if it was considered one or not, but yeah, we won't go into that territory though. All are welcome here in stream. Well, I say all are welcome. When I say that, I don't mean like groups of people aren't welcome. Certain individuals aren't welcome here, but you know, good reason for that. But groups of people are welcome here. Certain people can go fuck themselves though. They could permanently fuck off from the stream, and I wouldn't mind. They're all the unnamables who I refuse to reference by name anymore. Essentially. There's a couple of those people. They usually pop up from time to time in stories of me talking about weird occurrences in stream from yesteryear. People doing weird shit and getting banned or whatever. Being inclusive is a shop humor. Never said it was going to have no problem with the mod. Delete. Oh, it was auto modded, so none of us deleted it specifically. I mean, it would have got deleted anyway, but yeah, no, that's why it got stopped, because of auto mod, I guess, which is fair. Knowing about leaves a lot of room for crude jokes, and it's just yeah, no, I know what you mean. That's fair enough. I'm not gonna. I know what you mean, because like this is kind of the same thing over here. You get a lot of like jokes about stuff in. It's like building site humor, you know. But just for the sake of, you know, not wanting to upset anyone in case they fall into X category of people, then we you know, we'll avoid that. Yeah, builder humor is usually interesting as well. Source working in construction. Yeah. There's some interesting jokes you'll find in places like that. They have an interesting way of humor, the builders. All are welcome unless you're a twat, yeah. Yeah, if you're a twat, you're not. But we usually figure out who the twats are pretty quick. Or if we don't usually figure out who the twats are pretty quick, the twats reveal themselves, you know? Because instead of just acting like a normal functioning person, the twats will end up making themselves apparent by doing something that nobody else vibes with, you know? Like, what's a good example? Constantly going on about how much money they have. That's a good one. That's a good way of someone outing themselves as a twat pretty quickly. Someone who can't stop frothing at the mouth to talk about how much money they make or have. That's a good one. Those people usually get put in the twat category, I'll be honest. When I say that, I don't mean people just being like, cool, I got a promotion today and I made more money. I'm making more money at work now because, everyone will celebrate that. But I'm talking about the twat category is like people who come along and go, you see how many million quid I have? I'm so rich, I could buy 10,000 bits every stream if I wanted to. Which my response to that is, do it then, pussy. You won't fucking do it. They won't do it then. Because they're either lying or they just don't do it anyway. Hi, Bruce. Welcome in. Thank you for the 100 bitties with the Your Lord Shacks. Yes. How you doing? It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good one. I like these interactive elements in this game where we can, like, put the changing table down. That's kind of cool, isn't it? We were saying earlier, Bruce, we were talking about you because we said last stream, I think on Sunday, was the first stream I can remember for a while where Nox Cat didn't make an appearance. Well, and I think Nitty said you were slacking. He said Bruce must have been slacking or something. I don't remember seeing you on Sunday, actually. You must have been busy. That might be why we didn't have any Nox Cats, now I think about it. I don't remember talking to you about anything. That could well be why the Nox Cat was... he was on vacation, you know? Ooh, a bit closer. There we go. Thank you for the bees, though, Bruce. I really appreciate it, man. It's chipping away at our bits goal. Can we make it to the bits goal before the end of the month? Who knows? We're at, what, 822, isn't it? Out of 15... No. 2,500, isn't it? Or is it 1,500? We got 2 more streams after today to see if we can make the bits goal. So, who knows? We might not. A lot of bits to do in 2 days, but you never know. Maybe someone rich and crazy will come along and they'll throw like 1 million bits at the stream or something. I don't know. Wishful thinking, I know. But... I also love how we were doing the ceiling earlier and now I've just started doing this all these walls. Probably should go back to doing the ceiling, shouldn't I? After doing that light strip. Let's do the ceiling. Because it's an annoying bit to do, so let's just get it over with. Yeah, welcome in there, Bruce, and thank you so much for the sound alert, my dude. I appreciate it as always. I thought it was going to be maximum, because I know maximum loves a sound alert. So whenever I hear one of the bit sound alerts go off, I always assume it must be maximum. So there we go. I was bamboozled and trolled. Crazy. The twatagory. Yeah, I like that. The twatagory. Yeah, there's a few people in the twatagory as far as I'm concerned when it comes to the stream. 1 or 2 are ex-community members, and then there are some people who are just like very infrequent people. Who a lot of them are people admittedly I haven't seen for years, probably because they're in the twatagory, so they don't talk to me. But there's a few people like that who it's just kind of like one of those ones where this is going to sound bad, but it's the type of person I see appear in chat and I just fucking groan and I go, oh, here we go. It's not anyone who like appears now, so don't sit here and go like, oh, who's this? There's no one you'll like, you know. No one who's like actively around. There's people from like years and years ago who are like the type of people that I look at and I go, oh, here we go. Hopefully you'll leave in 5 minutes and I won't have to talk to you anymore. I could just ban them, but it's like... There's almost something, you know... it almost feels like admitting defeat, you know? I do just ban some people though these days. I banned someone the other day. I was saying about this on stream the other day. When I was doing police sim, I was about to go to a BRB, and I was checking on some moderation stuff, and there was someone who I was seeing if they were still here because of something that happened. And I saw this other person, and I was like, fuck is this person doing at my stream for? That's weird. So they don't normally watch me, don't follow me or anything. They're just randomly sat in here lurking. That's a bit weird. And I was like, you know what? Banned. Just fucking banned them on the spot. I was like, I don't want you here. I don't like you. I never did anyway. Get the fuck out. I just banned them. I honestly expected, when that situation happened, I kind of expected to see like a butthurt, why you ban me, person? You know? But I didn't get one, so I was quite surprised. I was almost expecting and hoping for someone to for them to come along and be like, what the? What am I banned? Why am I banned? And I was just going to respond with Lamau because I don't like you very much. Or something. Because you are. Deal with it. There's a couple of people that still come around that are in the twattegory. Not very many, though. The most egregious twattegory people are all left years ago. Well, I say years ago. 2 of them left this year from their own choice, I guess. One of them more of a surprise than the other. I don't know what it is as well. This is one of the things about people that go in the twattegory generally. I'll tell you this. There's something that happens on Twitch, and I don't know what it is, but I know Oreo can attest to this, but this has happened so many times. Someone comes in, has, you know, like normal conversation with you, seems pretty cool. You're like, oh, this guy seems pretty interesting. Like him, this person. Oh, nice. And then I don't know what it is, but after that like first interaction, it all goes downhill, and that person who seemed vaguely cool just turns into like the biggest fucking mug you've ever seen. And they go from like perfectly normal person to just doing a bunch of annoying stuff, and it's just like, oh, okay, never mind. Maybe you're not quite as cool as you seemed originally, you know? Like, I can think of a few people who that applies to, who like first interaction with them, you're like, oh, they seem cool, and then after that, it all went downhill. Where right afterwards, they start being, like, really weird. Or, you know, just kind of... Or, like, a certain thing will happen. Like, I know there's one person, one individual who came in before who was pretty chill. And then all of a sudden, they changed jobs, broke up with their girlfriend, and then just started being a massive wanker in chat every, like, stream. And I was just like, okay, bro. This also is the same person who's hyper insecure about their height and always gets butthurt when I mention the fact that I'm 6'2" when they're in the stream. So I just deliberately do it to antagonize them now because I know it'll be hilarious. But, yeah. Stuff like that. You'll get people that seem like pretty normal on the face of it, and then all of a sudden they just turn into complete morons for some reason. So I tend to get a lot of that, where like someone seems cool and then they kind of throw away all the good stuff that they've done in a matter of minutes by being a complete shit stain, and it's just like, okay, you're gone now. I wonder if they can sense the discontent that I usually have for them, and that's why they end up leaving. But like, it's kind of a situation though of like, if anyone gets put in the twattegory, 9 times out of 10 it's because they didn't read the room correctly in the first place and put themselves in it, you know? It's like, I'll give pretty much everyone a fair chance of being here in stream, but some people just don't understand, man. They just can't like read the room to save their life. That and the other thing that literally 0 of them can do is take any form of moderation without getting having a tantrum about it. That's the other usual thing. I think with maybe one exception, which I can think of, everyone else in that situation I've ever like asked or spoken to about some form of modding thing, or I've been like, can we not do this? And they all get really annoyed by it, and it's just like, what's wrong? Did your parents never tell you no when you were a child? So now when Mr. Streamer does it, we have to have a temper tantrum. It's like, come on now. I'm supposed to be a fucking adult. So yeah, that's another thing. That's like one of the quickest ways that people get like kind of blacklisted in the community, is if you're unable to take any form of criticism without, like within, in terms of like moderation stuff, without just having a temper tantrum about it. They just don't usually say anything. I can't think of many anymore, though, to be fair, that I would put in the twattegory that are, like, actively around. Many of the twattegory people are, like, they let... Well, a lot of them unfollowed, like, a while back. Guy's fun to pick on. Yeah, that one particularly is quite funny. That height stuff's pathetic. I find it really funny. Am I evil for doing that, though? Am I evil for knowing that that's that person's weakness and deliberately exploiting it and laughing about it every time they come into the stream? Is that evil of me to do that? Or is that just kind of, you know, my choice to do that and it's funny? Because I think it's quite funny. It's not unjustified either. It's not like I'm just picking on the person for the sake of it. The guy's been a twat a number of times in stream before. Like, that guy used to just keep flexing his money all the time. And so we just started making fun of his height. But without him noticing, we were making fun of his height. That's why it's funny. Because it's like you're making a subtle joke that's vaguely insulting, but they don't understand. So they just, like, trigger off the same reaction every time. And it's just like, falling into the trap again. But it'll always be really elaborate the way that we'll bring it up as well. Where it'll be like, you know, you'll just see them mention the word, like, small or something. You'll be like, speaking of small. Went to the doctors the other day and, you know, they're doing all the usual physical stuff. And they measured my height or something like that. And you'll find a way of bringing it up. And you'll be like, do you know what? Some people get smaller as they get older. I've actually gotten taller. I'm actually 6'2.5" now. And then you bring that up and say that instead. And they're like, what? Crazy, isn't it? I find it quite funny. Oh no, 6'2", too taller than me. This cannot be allowed. I think that person was super insecure about it because I think they're in the mid-5s, if I remember correctly. Like they're significantly shorter than me, but also at the same time, I don't really get why they feel so insecure about a random person on the internet being taller than them. Oh, I'm just a streamer, innit? Like, maybe they feel threatened by me. Maybe they think I'm going to steal their girlfriend away because I'm 7 inches taller than them or whatever. You know, maybe that's what it is. He's too powerful. He's 6'2". How one changes so quickly. Yeah, it's either very quick or it's the death by 1,000 cuts, but that's my general thing. Generally, when it comes to this stream, most of the people who are like in the category of wouldn't really thrive here in the community get kind of like warded off quite early. Because they kind of just go, oh, I don't like it here, and leave. Mostly because we have things called boundaries that a lot of people don't like. And they just like coming in and stamping all over them. But we actually hold people accountable to that. So the whole height thing's never made sense to me. Like, I get preference, but general judging by genetics, like, why? That's just human nature, though. That's the problem. I mean, some of it, if you want to take it in a literal sense of people judging people's height, is this probably some form of mentality. I mean, this is going back to like the old days, but going back to the old days, right? You used to have a lot of mentality of back in the day when people were looking for, in like the, you know, the Stone Ages and that type of thing. You had people who were looking for life partners who they wanted to give the best physical chance of making powerful children with, you know, so that they could like do that. That's what I think was originally a lot of that stuff came from, was people would look to have genetically impressive partners because they wanted someone to make impressive children with that could then, you know, carry on the legacy and whatnot. And it was like more of that type of thing. Nowadays, though, it is literally just a preference thing, but I don't know. To some degree, I can understand some of it. While I think it's a little bit silly, don't get me wrong, you know, like people specifically judging based on genetic stuff, I can understand to some degree why in the current world, and anyone in chat maybe this is just me thinking too much about it. I could understand these days why a woman in the world could want someone who's fairly big and impressive, considering how unsafe the world generally feels to a lot of people these days. I can understand it from that perspective. If you're like a properly small woman, right, and you have like a 6'3" bloke next to you who's built like an absolute brick shithouse, I could understand why that might help you maybe feel more safe as well. So maybe that's part of it. I don't know. I'm sure that's not it for everybody. I'm sure some people are just, you know, shallow and don't care about anything other than that. You know, because people can't think more than 2 minutes ahead of where they actually are 9 times out of 10. And they forget that that person's going to get smaller, fatter, and look a lot worse by the time they're 50 years on from where they are now. Because that's just what happens when people get old. But, yeah. I could understand that, though, as a logical thing of someone who feels maybe unsafe wanting a massive bloke stood next to them or something like that. But other than that, I don't really understand it, no. Other than just, like, the kind of inherent human thing of someone wanting... You know, the inbuilt thing of children coming into the picture, I guess. Committed various war crimes and I'm still here. Guess you people who commit war crimes. Guess you like people who commit war crimes. Well, I mean, you know. You might be crazy, Bruce, but you're alright in chat. You follow the rules. You haven't broken any rules here in the chat. I'm having a drink, that's why I'm not doing anything game below. Can think of 2 at least. That's not evil because he keeps coming in here. That is true. He keeps doing it to himself. That's not evil at all. Bro's 5 foot fuck all. Pathetic or evil? No. Petty? Also no. That twats gets the twats get what they say. Yeah. Crazy? I was crazy once. You've never been not crazy, Bruce. It's all angry short man syndrome. They get butthurt when anyone's taller than them. The dwarves are angry. Flies a lot closer to the ground. They don't have to start to fall. The whole insecure male thing about noses and chins. The logical conclusion is eugenics, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of crazy though, the way that like the world has changed. But I mean, I suppose though, in fairness, I say in fairness, a logical thing for why people are so caught up on that type of stuff these days is if you think about the way that like dating has gone, right? I'm gonna have one of my moments here. I'm gonna talk about dating, which is something I'm a, you know, of course, an absolute, you know, master of. You know, I'm a teacher of dating, of course. We're not going to talk about my history of doing things in the past, all right? We don't talk about that. Just listen to me. Buy my book, all right? Buy my online course. I'll teach you all about dating, all right? And this be great. I swear 99% of people who sell courses and things like that actually have no idea what they're talking about. But I just mean in general with anything like that. Not that I've like, you know, looked into these things before. But like 9 times out of 10, it'll be just some random bloke who's just like, you have to impress the woman when you go on a date by buying her a gift. I'd suggest you bring her a pineapple. That'll really woo her, you know? And it's just like, it's like people buy this shit. It'll be some like Instagram person and people will be like, yeah, it really works, guys. Reminds me of a great clip from years ago where Forks, when he first started streaming, was watching this. He was doing a watch party back before Twitch banned that from being a thing, of this version of The Bachelor that was like for Mormons. And one of the, it was like the dude had to walk in, he had to like meet the 5 women or whatever it was. And he ended up giving a pineapple to one of them as a gift. And it's just like, you brought pineapple. Like, I mean, it's an interesting one, I guess. I can't imagine any person's probably gone on a date before and someone's gone, I brought something for you, and slammed a pineapple down on the table. You know, I don't think many people would have chosen it, because I think it's, how do you say, a pretty stupid choice. But still. Anyway. But no, what I was going to say was, my overall point was, with all this stuff, that when it comes to the dating thing, a lot of people tend to be based purely on appearance of people these days, mostly because dating's gone in a direction of like online stuff being a big thing, right? Although a lot of people, to be fair, are kind of like going back to the old ways of, you know, or complaining about online dating and want to do like physical stuff again with people, right? Where they go out and meet someone somewhere just randomly. Because I think a lot of people think online dating's a pile of shit, which it probably is, to be fair. But I think that's what a lot of it is online dating, and it's purest sense is literally just judge someone on their appearance in 5 seconds and swipe left or right if you think they're alright or not. You know? So I think that probably doesn't help with things, right? Because people go on online dating apps and they're just like, this is my height thing, and they immediately see in someone's bio they've gone like 5'9", and they just immediately swipe on them. You know, it's just like, no. But that probably doesn't help, because I mean that just promotes basically purely looking at someone's appearance as your only reason as to whether you like them or not, and then afterwards everything else is a second thought. Versus most people I tend to find who are in successful relationships probably met and got to know each other first before immediately just going, wow, you look amazing. You know? Like there's more to it than just the immediate thing like that. But what do I know? I'm just some random person. Don't mind being the backpack here and there. Hey, if that's what you want, Christoph, there ain't anything wrong with that, you know? I ain't gonna yuck your yum. Any woman needs to feel safe. They just need piercings and tattoos. People will be less likely to bother them. Probably, yeah. You'll probably get bothered in a different way, in that you'll get random people come up to you and be like, that's cool as fuck. And then, you know, you'll think someone's following you and they'll follow you around just to be like, I like your tattoo, by the way. Depends on the location, I feel, with that logic. Possibly. That and the tactical nukes. Bit extreme, Shags, but you know, I mean, you got to do what you got to do, haven't you? If you live in Birmingham, for example, can understand it. Because Birmingham's a shithole. But no offense to the Brummies. I've got to say that for legal reasons, so they don't get angry at me. All offense to the Brummies. They are Brummies after all. They're used to getting shit on by everybody. One dude who's never been on a date or had a girl always has the best dating advice. Yeah, but that's the thing, though. I feel like that's the case. It's weird. It's almost like they have this weird pure version of this type of thing where they have they're like a wise monk or something, you know? If I bring a woman a pineapple and she's actually impressed and happy about it, I might consider religion for trying to understand what the fuck truly means. I feel like, though, if you walked in on a date and you actually gave a woman, or, well, it doesn't have to be a woman, whoever you're on a date with, woman, man, someone who is neither, whichever variation of that thing you're looking at. If you walked into a date and you gave someone a pineapple and they were like actually impressed with it and they went, you know what, I like this pineapple. You probably, at that point, it's probably one of those things where it's like the person's kind of weird enough to actually, you know, try and get to know, I guess. I feel like at that point you found someone that's vaguely interesting, right? So it's probably worth seeing what happens. Got some quick advice. Fuck whatever Andrew Tate says. Just try not to acting like a loser and you'll be fine. That's my secret, Shags. I always act like a loser. I forgot what the button was for a minute. Shags, you should become a dating coach. Yeah, I'd take advice from Shags. Well, Shags is married after all. He's proven himself, so we know that Shags is, you know, he puts his money where his mouth is. A good start and a good base. Nothing wrong with being cuddled and doing the cuddling. Hey, you know, I say, man, people can do what they want to do, you know? I'm not gonna say anything about anybody. Do what you want to do, you know? Whatever works for you and the person that you're doing something with. That's what I say. Because at the end of the day, ain't nobody else in that relationship. It's you and the other person, so do what you want to do, you know? We're also going to chill here on the menu for a sec as well, because we've got a BRB coming up, so I'll switch screens now and just chat for a second before we carry on. I'll actually get on and do some more power washing in a minute as well. Not down here. Down south, you'll get treated like you have the plague. Oh, what? With the tattoos and piercings, you mean? Bags is happily married as well. I don't think I've actually said this on stream before. I've talked about this before with you, Ori, though, because I've joked about this with you before. Years ago, when I first bought a motorcycle, so I'm a fairly like average person. Don't have any crazy things. I don't have any piercings or tattoos or anything like that. I'm fairly, you know, standard individual as I was when I was born, I guess. I haven't really changed much. I don't have any modifications or anything. I don't have any cybernetic implants or anything like that, you know. I'm a pretty standard person. I remember when I bought my motorcycle, one of the things that my someone in my family said to me, I don't remember exactly who it was who said it first. It might have been my mum. But I remember she said to me once, she was like, one day you're going to bring home some like tatted up pierced biker chick, aren't you? And I was just like, you never know. Never did. But, you know, I'm just like, maybe, who knows? It's like the complete opposite of me, innit? I'm just like normal default dude. But ever since that, I was, I've been talked to about that for years. They're like, any day now. And I'm just like, I don't know about that. I don't go outside, so that's not gonna happen, is it? Yeah, no. I don't have any plans of getting any tattoos or piercings necessarily anyway either. Just reminding me of an experience. It was no homo. Was just looking at the stands at a sports game, and some random dude was like, "You have beautiful eyes." I was just like, thanks, cool. Don't get random compliments often. No, that's true. Dudes don't get random compliments very often at all. To all of the masses of women out there in the chat, because I know there's loads of you out there on Twitch. That's a joke, by the way. There are some, but well, I'd say to the dudes as well, but it comes off a bit weird sometimes if you do that. Compliment dudes every now and again, you know. They don't hear a lot of compliments from people that sound genuine. I can say this from experience, and I'm sure other people will say this in chat, as Christoph has said, I guess, from remembering this himself. If you actually give a genuine random compliment to a dude, they'll remember it for years. Genuinely. Anyway, I'm gonna go for my BRB real quick, and then I'll come back and we'll carry on chatting and carry on with the game, alright? So BRB back in a few. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Married to my first GF, to be fair. 1 shot, 1 goal scored. AO Shags. Was it... was this like the typical, stereotypical, you like teenage sweethearts as well who met each other or something? You meet in school or something when you're in high school. Want a happy marriage? Be like Shaggy Dog 83. I mean, there's worse people to be like in the world, in fairness. I think being Shags is a role model for all of us. Noxus, like, hopefully. It's still time, you know? It's still time. I tell myself that so I can sleep at night, you know? Who am I kidding? I don't sleep at night. We all know I don't. I had piercings when I was younger. I got rid of them all. Now the tattoos, they stay. Yeah, you can't really get rid of those, can you? Well, you can, but you know what I mean. Bring back home biker chick. Might be the way. It can be cool as hell. I've lived around a bunch of them. I've never actually met many, to be honest, during my time as a biker. My time on that's running out anyway, because I actually, due to potential future life choices, I've actually been considering the future of what I need to do with my bike. I have actually been thinking about selling it. Not immediately, but just with future plans in mind, because it's kind of a loose end that I'd have to like tie up. So it's actually something I've been considering jacking in the end, which is a shame, but it's also one of those things that would have to happen considering certain things in the future. But I would have complimented the guy I had an interview with. Good build, great beard. You should say that. Win some points at the start of the interview. Just be like, that's a nice beard there, mate. You worked well on that. I've seen you meticulous the way that you've trimmed that up. Fair play. You get the interview. You wouldn't even have to answer a question. You just shake your hand and go, you're hired. Telling you. Either that or he'd think you're a fucking weirdo and he'd just like, he'd kick you. Just be like, no, absolutely not. Just an honest observation, but kind of odd to throw into an interview. Me and my ex-wife would just sit in public places and would talk about people walking by. Just smack my arm and be like, look at his ass and damn, there he's packing. Yeah, but I think that's the thing though, right? That's one of those things that people were like, I don't know, kind of weird about sometimes. You can appreciate the fact that someone looks good without like doing it in a weird way, you know? Like there's stuff like you can as a, it's kind of like, it's almost like one of those things where it's not gay to do that, but people view it like that, you know? It's like there's kind of like people are like, that's gay, bro. That's gay. And it's like, no, I'm not sexually attracted to men, so therefore I'm not gay. But like, not that that's a bad thing if you were, you know what I mean. But like, you could look at a dude and go, that's a solid looking dude right there. Like that, as a person, you know, he hit the genetic lottery, that fella, and he won the genetic slot machine. That fella, he won the fucking jackpot. You know, you go, damn. In a non-weird way. We were kind of talking about this the other day, though. It's like sometimes with things like that, people can't see anything in a non-weird way anymore. Where it's like you can look at something like that and go, damn. That person hit the genetic lottery. Shags is the love story I want to live. To be fair, I think all of us could do good if we lived Shags' life. Shags, have you ever thought about starting an online course and teaching us all about how to live like Shags? That'd be great. You teach us your ways, Shags. We need it. We need you to teach us. I don't know, good for you though, Shags. I'm glad that, you know, you've had things work out for you in the way that they have. How long have you been married, Shags? Actually, I don't think I've ever asked you that. How long have you and the missus been married? How long's that been? How long's that gig been on for you? I'm gonna say you've been married for 12 years. My guess. Didn't get any as a teen, but unfortunately didn't let that turn me into an incel, and eventually things worked out. Ah, fair enough, Shags. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't much of a dater when I was a teen either, to be fair. I think we talked about this fairly recently, actually. I remember we talked about this ages ago in chat as well. I remember I was playing War Thunder and we were chatting about it. But like when it came to stuff like that, I was never really a person who was particularly like focused on that side of life when I was younger. So like I just kind of did my thing, and I did my studies or whatever when I was at uni, and I wasn't really sat there like looking for stuff. So I just kind of existed. Yeah. I just didn't view the world that way, you know. I didn't like go out of my way to look for stuff like that. At that time, when I was a youngster, anyway, I say when I was a youngster, when I was a teen, I was just kind of like content with the fact that if I just spent my entire life living on my own in a cave somewhere, I'd be alright. You know? It didn't really bother me that I wasn't sort of like getting involved in a lot of stuff that other people were. I didn't really care all that much, to be honest. Or in some cases, I actually just actively avoided it, because I mean, I just wasn't interested. Relationships take a lot of work and a lot of time. At least good ones, anyway. And, you know. I think at the time when I was younger, I probably just wasn't really... Even if I did pursue all that type of stuff, like, super aggressively, and I was kind of like some people, you know, where it's like, every 5 minutes I was getting into a new one with someone. It wouldn't have been good for me anyway. I think it would have actually done more harm than good for me. If I'd have been like that. So... I think there's some level of, like, feeling, though, that people get in their, like, teenage years of just, like, a kind of... They feel like they're kind of missing out if they don't do what everybody else does of getting into, like, relationships immediately and stuff. Even though 90% of them are terrible and they fail within about 5 minutes, but still. I don't know. I guess it never really bothered me. I always just believed that one day I would have my moment one day. You know? Not really worked out all that well for me so far, I'll admit, so maybe I was wrong, but, you know. Hey, there's still time. I've still got 50 odd years, maybe. Well, if I'm lucky. I suppose you never know what's going to happen in life, do you, really? But I suppose I've got a potentially large amount of time to, you know, sort myself out. Get my life in gear. $10 years. Oh, wow. Is it 10 years this year, or... That's really cool. One more advice from men? Therapy. I've been being told that I should have therapy for years. I shouldn't say... You shouldn't say that, Shags. I'm just going to get scolded even more now. I'm going to get told that Shags thinks that people should get therapy as well, and that'd be a reason for me to do it. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, though, Christoph. We were talking about this the other day about how it's like, you can see all kinds of people out in the world and think, you know, that's like a person who conventionally is, you know, a good-looking person without wanting anything more. Because we were talking about this the other day about how the mentality is that, like, some people view... we were talking about this with, like, if you get friends, like if a man and a woman are friends, there's always like this weird implication that everyone puts on it that actually they're just both trying it. They're only friends because they're trying to date each other. And it's just like, it's not always the case, believe it or not, because some people have, you know, just people they like being friends with. It's not always, there's not always some ulterior motive for everything. And we were just kind of talking about that and how, like, people view it as kind of strange sometimes, as if, like, this thing that can't exist. Where you can't have, like, a man and a woman be friends, because there's always something more behind closed doors. And it's like, not always. Sometimes people just gel and like each other as friends, you know? It's the same thing with that. It's like, there are people who can be like that, where they'll just see someone out in the street and be like, that's a good-looking person right there. Nothing more. And then there's some people out there who can't keep it in their pants, and they're like, that's a good-looking person out there. And then they're just like, you know, go fucking feral about it. Taco Bell or sushi for a snack? I'd say sushi. I've never had Taco Bell before, but I'm gonna go sushi. I had some banging sushi when I was in America. It pains me that I can't have it again soon. Together for 10 years? That's amazing though. 6 years, I think, living together. Fair play to you, Shags. Do you know what? Congratulations, mate. Fair play, mate. Fair play. Love to have, I've loved to date back then, but other people didn't want to. You know, I think that's what it is, Shags. That's what it is, mate. That's what it is. Just other people didn't want to, mate. Other people were ruining your fun. That's all it was. Shags, the player out there. He was... he was ready. But I suppose that's one of those things, though, Shags, isn't it? Where if things hadn't worked out the way that they worked out, would you have met your wife of 10 years now? You know? It shaped you into the Shags that you are today. You know? Just how it is. Like how if Scrappy Doge during their childhood, you know, didn't discover mobile games, then they wouldn't have loved every time we did a sponsor. Because they love new mobile games, you know, for example. Would Scrappy Doge have found the love of mobile games that they have now? We'll never know. You see? It was meant to be. It was fate. It is an interesting question. I know the answer for one person here in the chat, but not for everybody. Do you believe in fate in chat? Anyone here believe in fate or not believe in fate? Do you have any feelings on that? Or you think that things are meant to be, or you know, that there's kind of like a greater plan for you when it comes to those types of things? I'm not specifically just talking about, like, you know, the sort of religious connotations of that, of people saying about sort of God's plan or anything like that. But you can have any kind of any feeling on that if you don't feel that way at all. Does anyone believe in fate or destiny? Not the video game franchise. Can we tip this over? I feel like there's got to be an achievement for something with this, hasn't there? For rocking this thing around. I bet we're missing an achievement for doing something with a telescope. That's my guess, anyway. Kind of cool, though. It's a nice little quaint place, isn't it? Got a little grill. A nice little fire pit. We got a cooler. We got... I don't know what this is specific. Oh, a log shed. Okay. And then we've got a nice house. Little shack with a big axe. Probably wouldn't leave the axe outside, just in case. Because, I mean, this is the type of place where people get murdered, isn't it? You hear about axe murderers. They're always out in the woods. So why would you leave the axe buried outside in a hatchet? Because one day, all you know is you're going to walk outside and your head's going to get chopped off. I wouldn't do that. You know? That's why I'm not winning any Darwin Awards anytime soon. Because I'm not going to leave an axe outside in case some random weird guy in the forest comes out of nowhere with a fucking hatchet and tries to chop my arms off. I don't fancy that. So I'm going to keep it inside with me. Just in case. You know? Sushi, hands down. Yeah, I'd say sushi as well. Sushi's banging. Or it can be. I wasn't sure about sushi before I went to the US when I went on my trip. I remember I said about this. I never really had much sushi before, and I was kind of a bit like, I don't really know what to expect. Didn't know if I was going to like sushi very much. But the stuff I had when I was there, I really enjoyed it. I want to go back one day. I mean, sooner rather than later, hopefully. I don't know, you know. I don't want it to be like 10 years and then I go back one day and revisit my stories of my youth. You know? But, yeah. That'd be nice to do again. Tomorrow's pretzels as well. And pretzels. Oh. There was so much food on that trip when I was there that I'm just like, man, I can't wait to experience that again. I want to go back to Waffle House again. Underrated goat of the trip when it came to food as well, and Oreo can back me up on this. I don't know what it was about him. People are going to think this is a weird, controversial choice when I say it. On the last day, we got pizza, right? Because I was, you know, I think we were going to go do something else, and then we ended up changing plans. And so we needed to find something to get for food, and we ordered pizza, right? We went to the hut. We ordered some Pizza Hut stuff. I don't know what it was. This fucking cheesy garlic bread stuff that they had there was like the best thing I've ever eaten. I don't know if it was just that specific batch and someone just made a perfect mix that just hit different. that stuff was like crack. It was amazing. I don't know what it was. That Pizza Hut cheese bread. It's just like, it was nicer than the pizza was pretty good. The fucking cheese bread, man. That was it. It was just gold. Absolute gold. You want to see women's people as opposed to a moving target made all the difference. Yeah, that's fair, Shags. I think too many people do look at it the other way, to be honest. Not all men can reach that point without guidance. Yeah. That's not me just sort of like shitting on dudes and going like, oh, you thirsty motherfuckers. But like a lot of people, I think it's a mindset thing that people just don't look at, yeah. They're very like warped in the way that they look at things. If you can actually do that, where you can just walk down the street and look at people as people, not as, you know, objects and things, just in a general sense for everybody, and you don't just look at people as a way to enact your personal goals in life on, and, you know, use them as a stepping stone on a ladder or whatever, generally you'll do a lot better in life than viewing it that way. It was written. Now I believe in cause and consequences. Fair. Perfectly fine having platonic friendships. Let's just vibe and be friends. But now if I have a female friend, I can talk to it. It's an issue. I'm complaining about my day because it's a female. But your male friends get past because it's just platonic. You also have different relationships, though, between female and male friends. Like, if I thought about it like this, if I was going to talk to someone, say I was having a bad, like, mental day, would I talk to dude friends or female friend about it? You'd probably rather talk to the female friend about it, because the dude friends are just going to do what dude friends do and just take the piss. Which I know it's just the way that we kind of deal with that as blokes most of the time. But also at the same time, sometimes you don't achieve a lot because you actually want to talk about something and you just end up going into that, like, memeing thing. You know? That everybody does. My destiny to rule the world. How are you getting on with that, Bruce? Pizza Hut, love me some Ma and Pa local pizza business. I'm telling you, Shags, this fucking cheese bread, mate. I like a small local place as well, but there's something about that cheese bread, mate. They laced it with drugs or something. They laced it with crack. Maybe it came from Brighton in the police simulator world. Maybe that's where it came from. Laced with drugs. Maybe that's all those people were able to were constantly getting DUI by Officer Nige. They've been on that pizza bread. Or cheese bread, even. US sushi is mid, not bad, not good unless you go to a sushi restaurant. Sushi in Japan was absolutely my fave next to ramen. Absolutely S tier. So that's the thing though, right? Is I suppose like many people are not going to experience Japanese sushi in the same way that like not many people are going to get to experience authentic Japanese ramen, right? So the best equivalent they have is whatever they have there. And yeah, no, I get you though. It's probably the same thing to some degree with like British stuff, right? Because the amount of people that just go, British food is shit. It's like, have you actually had any proper British food? No. You've never had a Greg's sausage roll. You can't comment on anything, you Philistine. That's what I say. Not that Greg's is like the best thing in the world, but like, you know, people will sit there and say, I've tried this thing before, and it's like, you've never had a Greg's sausage roll though, have you? You can't comment on this matter. Shags knows all about it. Shags has had a Greg's sausage roll. I know he has. Shags is like honorary member of the country. I think Chile had spent some time over here as well, if I remember rightly. I think Shags and Chile have both spent time over in good old depressing England. Exactly what I mean. I can actually talk about my feelings with my male friends that do go to therapy, and they're right, there's is a deep friendship. Yeah, I get that though, Shags. I feel that to some degree. I can understand that viewpoint. Just regular cheese bread, slathered in butter and salt. Yeah, that stuff was amazing. I don't know what it was. That was great. Slow, but Rome was never built in a day. True. Exactly. That's a wise words, Bruce. Wise words. Never thought I'd ever be saying that about someone from Scotland, but wise words. It's a joke just for all the Scots in chat, by the way. I got to, haven't I? I'm from England, right? You all hate us and we hate you. That's just how it works, right? Sometimes people don't understand that. They don't understand that, like, there's a blaring hatred of the UK and England in Europe, and we have rivalries with just about everybody to the point where we just insult each other, and it's just kind of like memes, you know? It's like the Welsh. The Welsh hate the English, and the English don't like the Welsh very much, so we always just have jokes amongst each other. But sometimes people from other parts of the world don't understand that, and they get offended on other people's behalf when they insult the Welsh people or whatever. And it's like, nah, we're just memeing. That's how it works, you know? We have a lot of banter in amongst our countries. It's the same with the French, you know? We insult the French every other week, but that's because we've had about 510 wars with them over the years, so, you know. You get to know them quite well over the years, and you just kind of have this mutual hatred for each other. The Tay-6 form in them calling people English pigs. And then people from England calling them, like, you know, cheese-eating surrender monkeys or something. Shags, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. 28 months. How about this? Maybe it was fate, Shags. Maybe it was your destiny. Perhaps. It was your destiny to resub with Prime today. Thank you, Shags. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for 28 months. Much appreciated. I hope you make good use of the ad-free viewing and emotes and enjoy the stream. Hold up. Keep going. 2 out of 5 new subs. Thanks, Twitch. I can't really keep going, though, can I, Twitch? Because I'm not the one subbing. So it's a bit redundant to say to me, keep going, because it's not me doing it. Bloody Twitch, man. Honestly. Thank you, Shags, though. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the resub. We had a bunch of resubs today. Thank you to everyone for all of them. With Mr. Mac at the start, and Oreo, and Shags. Thank you, guys. I big appreciate it. Had a sausage roll and a Yum Yum at Greg's. Can say it rocks. Yeah, it's great stuff, isn't it? Actually, have more experience. Really? Interesting. Yeah, no, I would say it's the other way around for me, probably. Not that I've really talked about, but then also my experience of that stuff is limited because I've just never really talked about stuff that ails me with many people in general, right? So I'm just very lucky that in my life I managed to meet someone who's a very close friend of mine who I'm able to talk about literally anything with. I could confess the fact that I'd murdered a family of 4 people, and instead of asking what the fuck did you do that for, they'd say, alright, I'll help you bury the bodies. That's what you need in a friend, you know? No questions asked, they're just like, alright, where are we burying them? That's what you need in a friend. Not someone who's going to question you and go, what'd you do that for? What you killed? They're going to go, alright, I'll help you go away with it, let's do it. That's what you need in a friend right there. Everybody needs one of those people in their life. Unironically. Yeah, thank you so much, Shanks, for the Prime. I really appreciate one. Heard beans on toast. Have you had maple barbecue ribs? Maple barbecue? Oh, I don't know if I've ever had maple ribs before. I do like a rib, though. Problem is ribs over here... All of that kind of stuff that's in, like, the barbecue territory for, like, you know, American stuff. It's not the same over here. It's just not the same. It's just a shell of its... You know, it's a crime compared to what actual, like, barbecue stuff is like, you know? It's an insult, really. So it's like if I ever have ribs or anything, I'm always like, oh, ribs sound good. And then I go, well, it's not going to be that good, though, is it? It's not the same ribs as what you would get in an actual place in, you know, North Carolina or something, you know? Where there's going to be some bloke who's been working the same grill for the last 50 years in the pit, you know? That man could cook a piece of pork with his hands tied behind his back and blindfolded. And he'd know exactly when it was ready and it'd be perfect every time. Yeah, we don't quite have that same stuff over here. It's not quite the same. Beans on toast is underrated, though. People shit on beans all the time, and they act like they're sort of like someone's just told you they eat, I don't know, phlegm or something. But I'm telling you, so you've done it. You don't know. You've never experienced the power of beans. Horrible comparison. I have family from Texas and live in Kansas where barbecue is a staple. That's also true, and it's another thing. When people compare like food from different countries and cultures, they never compare like similar things, do they? Like, kind of like you say, they'll be like, here's, you know, ribs from X place, and then it'll be like, versus a sausage roll, and it's like, a sausage roll's nothing like ribs. It's like, so as much as you might want to compare them, it's like, they're so different, it's kind of not worth comparing, you know? Or they'd be like, on one side, you've got a pizza, and on the other side, it's fish and chips. And it's like, that's nothing like each other. Why are we comparing the two? That's the other thing as well. Comparison stuff's always funny. It also does make me laugh as well when you'll see people... this always seems to happen in America as well, and I'm impressed when someone knows the difference. With, when you'll see a, like... You'll see it on Kitchen Nightmares a lot. People will talk about shepherd's pie. Right? They'll be like, oh, shepherd's pie with beef. And it's like, it's not shepherd's pie then, is it? Because shepherd refers to sheep. Hence the name shepherd. So shepherd's pie is made with lamb. Bugs me every time I see it. But then every once in a while I'll be like, do you know why it's not a shepherd's pie? And they'll be like, because it's got no lamb in it. And I'm impressed when someone tells me that. It's an impressive thing when someone from America knows that it's actually cottage pie, not shepherd's pie. Because shepherd's pie has to have lamb in it. If they know that, fair play to them, you know? I respect that. Body has experienced the power of beans. Oh dear. Beans are good though. I will say, when I was over there and I did have some barbecue stuff, I did have some beans with that. I quite enjoyed those beans. I did quite enjoy those beans. It's a different type of bean experience. But I enjoyed those beans. You know, they were good. They were good beans. Thank you, Bruce, for the Oblivion NPC music. You're channeling You're in a maximum suspense today, aren't you? Choosing all of his favorites. Thank you, Bruce, for the Oblivion music. We're chipping away at that goal. I was saying earlier about where we're going to make it to the bits goal in the next 3 days. We're chipping away at it. We're getting closer. We're another 200 up. We're at 900 out of 2,500. We're going places. We're getting there. Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate it, man. Please remember to spend your bits responsibly, though. I wouldn't want to find out that you've been irresponsibly dumping bits in the channel now, would I? Or the fact there was a money laundering scheme the entire time. That'd be terrible, wouldn't it? Please, HMRC, don't come after me and audit my taxes. Files. Actually, that's the thing I thought about the other day. Because all this stuff I've been talking about, you know, going abroad in the future... I wonder if I can get audited by HMRC if I don't live in the country anymore. If they can, like, audit my old tax logs. An interesting thought, isn't it? I've never thought about. I don't know if I can. Because could you imagine that? You just committed, like, massive tax... Because I'd imagine if you committed massive tax fraud and then you left the country, they can't just go, well, he's just left. You know? I wonder if you can get audited if you don't live in the UK anymore by HMRC. It's alright though, because soon you'll need digital ID to do your taxes anyway, so there's no escaping that once you get involved with it. Funny enough, there's basically the same recipe in France called Hakis Parmentier. Is that for beans, you mean, Shags? There's also, I mean, the French do beans a lot differently, though. They also have beans in the form of cassoulet, which is another thing. It's from the southern regions of France, of cassoulet. which is more like a stew with beans on the top. And it has like duck and sausage and stuff in. It's quite nice. Oh, cottage pie. Okay. Interesting. I didn't know the French did it as well. They probably stole it from us, to be honest. What they do, really, the French. They love stealing things from everyone else. I remember seeing a video about this before. I think the French claim that they invented tiramisu as well. I think there's a thing about this where the French claim to have been the original people to make... I think it's tiramisu or it's something like that. But it's something that's like blatantly Italian or from another European country. And the French claim it and say they were the first people to do it. And it's like... I'm not sure you were, but, you know, that sounds very French of you. Just to say that you did it first and just expect everyone to believe you. I bet the French actually secretly built Rome as well, but they won't tell you that. Interesting thing as well in World War II to save face after France had been pulverized by the Germans was when Paris was originally retaken by the British and the Americans, effectively, and the small amount of French resistance they still had left. One of the main things they did was they made it so that the French people in power at the time were paraded through the streets first before any of the American or British people were, celebrating the victory, because France contributed all that much to it when they retook their own capital city, of course, that they had to take the credit for it in the form of morale for the French. I mean, I can understand it for the French people, right, wanting to seem like their government wasn't a complete waste of time, but they got absolutely thumped by the Nazis. Who, I mean, let's be honest, their military power from the Wehrmacht was pretty impressive, so... The way that they were able to take Europe so quickly. But yeah, the French, Mr. Gaulle, I think he wanted to be, he essentially he made it so that once it was retaken, if they were going to do any celebrating, he had to be paraded around first. To, you know, show off in front of his French pals. Because, you know... Of course, France would have retaken Paris completely on their own if it wasn't for the British and the Americans during D-Day and so on afterwards. Because they were such a strong fighting force in 1939. And onwards. Not that we're encouraging tax fraud, but no. Is that James May's shed? Could be. Could be. Collaborated a whole lot? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff with that. There's a funny thing as well that people often tend to forget is that the start of World War II, when the Germans first pushed into Poland, isn't it, I think? When they first took Poland, it was actually, they had a deal with the Soviet Union to split it in half. So everybody sort of looks at it and goes, oh my god, them Soviets saved the war. And it's like, they did, but they also kind of betrayed everybody at the start of it by signing a non-aggression pact with the Germans. So that they would effectively invade Germany right after, or invade Poland right after Germany did and take their half of it as well. Of course, the Soviet Union played a massive part in the end of retaking the eastern side of Europe, but at the time they kind of sold everyone else up the river as well. Because, I mean, they were kind of just working in their own interests. Kind of the same thing with America, though, to be honest, as well. They might not have got involved in a lot of stuff if the Japanese decided not to bomb Pearl Harbor, so, you know. It's interesting to see, like, how differently things would have played out if certain events hadn't happened, you know. But I suppose that's history, isn't it? You can only imagine what things would have been like, because it didn't happen that way, thankfully. And things happened the way that they did, and the world, you know, moved on. All you can really hope is that a war on that level never happens again, because, I mean, it was pretty catastrophic. Well, actually, on those, you know, sides again, because, I mean, World War I wasn't any better, was it? That's pretty terrible, too. We haven't got any achievements for a while, have we? I'll have to check on that in a bit and see if we've missed any, because surely we got some that we've should have gotten for something. Maybe for doing the previous job. You'd expect we might have anyway. Saying about James May's shed as well does make me tempted to go and find a sound alert of the famous "Look what you've done to my bloody shed, man" clip, but I don't know if I will or not. It's a great clip though. If you're ever wondering where that stuff comes from or what Bruised is referring to, there was an episode, it was like a Top Gear special kind of thing called Top Gear Ground Forces. You can find it on YouTube. Where they, I don't know why, but they essentially had this thing where the presenters of Top Gear were going to do someone's garden. I don't know why, but they were going to do a garden up, and it's in like the typical Top Gear fashion of the three idiots doing a really terrible job of it. And most of the narrative of it is about James May building a shed for about half the whole episode, and everybody else kind of like ruining it. It gets blown up at one point, it gets set on fire. All kinds of things happen to the shed, and it just prompts this absolutely magnificent line at some point where I think it's Hammond is using a crane and he's like lifting something up, and then he turns it the wrong way and whatever he's picked up clatters James's shed or something like that. No, actually it's not that one, is it? It's Jeremy blows something up with some explosives, which he's apparently using to get rid of a fountain that's there or something like that. And some of the shrapnel from the explosion hits the shed that he's spent hours making. And then you just get this great moment where they just cut to like the screen. They just go, James didn't take the news well. And it's him just going, look what you've done to my bloody shed, man. And he's just shouting about the shed. And then there's one of those great cut-off moments where it was on... there's a thing that they have over here called the watershed, which determines when things are considered like adult TV at night and can, you know, feature more adult themes. Like swearing, because you're not allowed to have that in, you know, daytime programming. And like there's this one clip where James is just like, is this program on BBC 2? Is this program on past 10 PM? And he just goes, you're a fuck, and then it cuts off. That's great. Top Gear Ground Forces is a great episode. Good old James in his shed. I quote James May lines quite regularly these days. Me and Mirage quote James May lines all the time while we're playing War Thunder together. The one I was thinking of, I think, where Hammond's got the crane and he knocks it over, is he's picking up a bench or something and knocks the shed over, and he just runs over to him and he goes, Hammond, you idiot, man! How could you be so useless, man? And he sounds really dejected about it. Well, that's another one as well. Me and Mirage use that all the time when we're talking about our War Thunder teammates. Someone will just do nothing and we'll just go, how could you be so useless, man? Every time. I love a James May quote. When I was younger, I never used to like James May all that much. I never used to think he was that great out of the trio, but I think as you get older, you realise that he's probably the best of the three. He's great as James May. Quite an interesting bloke, actually, as well. I wouldn't mind having a pint with him. I feel like he'd be quite an interesting person to have a chat with. Wonder how it would have played out. I had their first contract between the Geth instead of the Turians. Not the Geth. Good old Mass Effect reference right there. I love that. I'm still sad about that Mass Effect playthrough, you know. It had so much more potential than it got. I'm sad. Mass Effect deserved better. James May was absolutely best part. Oh, I think he... Now I look back on it, yeah, I think he was. As I've gotten older, I've realised that James was, you know...
James didn't take the news well.
Have it.
Look what you've done to my bloody shed, man!
There you go. We do have it. I didn't think we had that as a sound alert, but we do. Well, there you go. I'd forgotten we'd added that. There's the clip. James didn't take the news well, and then shouting out the shed. I completely forgotten we'd added that as a clip. Well, there you go. Thank you, Bruce, for the look what you've done to my bloody shed, man. Great clip, isn't it? Thank you for that, Bruce. Once again, chipping away at our goal for the month. Much appreciated. And for the entertainment for everybody here in the stream of getting to hear James May shout, look what you've done to my bloody shed, man. Great clip. Sad about Rex. Yeah, I'm still sad about Rex on that first playthrough. It was sad, wasn't it? The fact that we lost Rex in Mass Effect 1 was a crime. There was nothing I could have done about it either, I think, based upon the choices we made and whatnot. Which is why it was sad. Especially because he comes back. I also got to say as well, although it was really silly, I quite like that final DLC that we did with the party and that at the end. The Citadel DLC. That was absolutely amazing. With the stupid doppelganger shepherd. I enjoyed that DLC a lot. Going to the party and watching Shepard do his goofy dance.
Cheese.
Oh, there's another James May. Cheese. We haven't seen the cheese for a while. That's just a great one. Cheese. Anyone remember when I IRL cheesed last time? I did that at Christmas last year. I did an IRL version of the cheese clip. I slammed a piece of cheese down on the desk and said, cheese. And then, yeah, that was a great clip, though. Thank you for the cheese, Bruce. I have to vanish because I fixed my bloody sleep schedule, but one more of James. Well, thank you for the one more of James. I appreciate it. And, yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. Good stuff fixing your sleep schedule, though. Fair enough. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, you have a good one. Thanks for hanging out, and yeah. Talk to you when we see you next. Tomorrow, I guess. I keep thinking there's something down there, but it's these butterflies, man. The butterflies are trolling me. Looking nice, this little shed, isn't it? James May's shed is coming along nicely. That'd actually be really cool if they could do I mean, it'd never happen, but could you imagine if they did a Top Gear pack for Power Wash? Clean the Top Gear studio. That'd be great. Classic Top Gear, that is not the new rubbish that they made, like the remakey one with other people. It wasn't the same. But classic Top Gear, what we need. That'd be glorious. Cheese, please. You'll have a nice piece of cheese. It's a great redeem, that, isn't it? The cheese redeem. It's one of my favourites. The video itself is great as well. I mean, you had to answer the age-old question, you know, of cheese versus cheese. Which one was better in a sandwich? Which type of cheese was the best, you know? And he did. He did answer that question. I also love now how, I was talking about this the other day about the call to actions that he does now at the end of the videos compared to the old ones. James on his YouTube channel. Where he used to just do like the like, comment, subscribe stuff, but now he'll just say something random. I ended up watching one the other day that was him in his pub with with Hammond, and someone's the person in the camera. It's just like call to action, and he just goes, "Go and invade France." There you go. That's James May's call to action: invade France. Or my other personal favourite, which is mow the lawn, you lazy bugger. That's another good one. Call to action: like, comment, subscribe. Mow the lawn, you lazy bugger. It's a good one, that is. Yeah, it's just like call to action: go and invade France. Great one. His humor's very subtle, as James May, but I like it. That one of my other favourite clips as well is kind of the reverse of one that happened before. Whereas one time where he broke his arm, and they're sort of, the other two are there and they're kind of asking him about it and saying about whether he's really broken his arm, and then Hammond asks him, which arm have you broken, while he sat there with a sling. And then there's kind of the reverse of it later on, where they do kind of an opposite of that, where they're doing a bit in I think they're doing like Italian cars, and Hammond brings a muscle car. He brings like a Dodge Demon along, and they're just making fun of him the whole time because it's a muscle car and it's kind of not designed for that type of European, you know, relaxing road driving. And he says about how you can apparently pay to get all the other seats are removed, and they only give you one seat when you buy it, but you can pay $1 to get them all added back. And you just hear James come on the radio and just goes, which seat do they add as standard? It's very subtle, but it's funny. Because of course the obvious answer is the driver's seat, otherwise you won't be able to drive the car, which they're, you know, obviously aware of, which is why it's funny. But some good stuff in those old Grand Tour and Top Gear episodes. I was thinking the other day as well, it's not long before we'll have to break out the Christmas playlist as well for the Lo-Fi for stream, with it nearly being a end of the year now. The Gingy PNG will have to come back, the old classic Your Character Here Gingy. And we'll have to break out the lo-fi version of Feliz Navidad for another year. It's going to be a good day when lo-fi Feliz Navidad comes back on. What a belter that was. Yeah, the Gingy's coming back again. I really like the Gingy PNG. One of my favourites. I mean, as many of you know, I don't really have any kind of like themed PNGs, you know? Like a lot of people will have like a Christmas PNG and a Halloween PNG and an Easter PNG. I just have like normal one basically, and then we have the Christmas one. So it's nice that we actually we do have our themed Christmas one that we can use. Ding there. Oh, look at that. We're nearly done. Let's just do the door frame. Looking nice, this, isn't it? The bloody shed's looking great. Cabin base corner block. We must have missed something. No. One of these outside like pieces then, I guess. Oh wait, cabin base corner block. Oh, one of these. Okay, there we go. Welcome in the on YouTube. What's the cheapest tank? A Centurion. Oh dear. Oh dear. Not more of these tank jokes. didn't end well last time with the tank jokes. Trying again, are we? Oh. Hey! Job complete. We finished James May's shed. Hyped for Feliz Navidad? Me too. It's gonna be great when Feliz Navidad comes back. When Lo-Fi Feliz Navidad comes back again, it's gonna be absolutely glorious. And I am looking forward to it very much. Right. Look at this. It's so nice, isn't it, seeing this satisfying time-lapse. I always forget the word for it. Time-lapse, that's the one. Looks good, doesn't it? Let's go to home base. What do we do at home base? Like, it says about looking at the shop before. What? You can buy outfits and stuff. Washer style. This is just the skins. We don't have any new ones yet. Can we not? I guess we can't buy any new stuff. Oh. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, here we go. Okay. There's a lot of expensive stuff here. What can we actually buy? Van cosmetics. Interesting. 100 points. We have 275, and it costs 100 to buy one van skin. Outfit cosmetics? Okay. These are kind of expensive as well. Furniture. Here we go. We can buy rugs. That's a horrible looking sofa. Gotta be honest. Not a fan. It's free, so I mean, we'll take it because it's free. $2 grand for this as well. Oh dear. Washer cosmetics. We can buy skins. Oh, we own all of these already. Never mind. How expensive this is. We can get like discs. $500 we can pay for this for the Swirl Force Surface or Surf Ace. Just had another. I'm not doing anymore. Well, I appreciate the attempt at the jokes, you know. For the cheeky jokes in chat. We could spend $1 grand on that, or should we just buy all the attachments? We should probably buy this, shouldn't we? Let's buy the circle head on this. Let's buy that as well. There we go. We've got some new equipment. So, where are the... Should we have a look for the rug in that? Is it... Access owned furniture at the base. Press tab. Oh, here we go. Can we just place it wherever? Retro rug is ready to wash. Oh, here we go. Hold on. This is our new washer as well. Oh, we got the disc on it. Look at that. Oh, look at this. That's great for surfaces right there. Is that just stuck on the end of it? Oh no, okay. We can... Oh no, that's the length. So this thing's just designed to have the disc. Interesting. Well, we now have this for doing flat surfaces at least. Pick up. Now you can place it wherever. Oh, nice. Put it in the main room. What's considered the main room? This? Just put it in here. The only problem is I can't... Okay. It won't... Let's just let's try this one instead. It doesn't seem to be working very well. Let's clean up the couch, shall we? This disc works quite well, doesn't it? Look at that. How you doing though, D? You're having a good one today. Welcome into stream as always. It's not the most practical, this, I'll admit. Like, it works kind of well, but... I don't know how I feel about it. Yeah, Rugs, love that guy. He's a cool dude, his Rugs, isn't he? Switch to the normal jet wash for this as well. Get them legs. Go and place the couch. I guess we can just put it down here if we want. We should put it up here, shouldn't we? Put it, Why is it floating? Oh, is it we're not allowed to put it up here? Is that what the problem is? It has to go down here. Alright then. Put it sort of awkwardly in the corner. It can't even go... Oh, man. We can't even get it perfectly, like, flat either. Let's just put it vaguely off-center in the corner there. Look at that. Oh, nice. No. Oh, there we go. Let's put the rug down as well. Wow, look at this. Great. Great piece of interior design. Midday you. I'm doing okay, you know. Going alright. Going okay. Having fun with some power wash, though. I'm going to go for a BRB real quick, though, so I'll be back in just a minute, everybody, and then we'll carry on. So, back in, like, 2 minutes. Okay? BRB, everybody. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. Hello, hello. Welcome back. We're once again power washing as we do. You know the drill. You with welcome back, Shags. Started grinding this French heavy and a new torture method. Which French heavy are you grinding? Oh, hello. This looks like a big job. So, this is Trilobite Lodge. Apologies for how filthy it is. Just got back from a dig in Alaska to find the house looking like this. And my other half, Karen, apparently vanished into thin air. Wouldn't be the first time. Whenever she gets a whiff of anything interesting, that's her gone for months. I hate to break this to you, I think they might be cheating on you. I think there's something more nefarious going on there, you know? We try out our new thing again. The disc. If the disc works here. Baby disc. Big disc. Go with big disc. I'm kind of confused because I thought big disc would like suck... It would kind of like suction down to the ground, but... It's weird the way it works. It works incredibly well though for this like floor. Look at this. Or at least for getting the, you know, like the majority of stuff. Obviously we'd have to clean up a bit, but that's not bad though, is it? Hey, oh, Maximum, welcome in. Big disc time, yeah. We got that big disc energy. Welcome in, my dude. Thank you for the soundlet as well. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. Welcome to the stream. Also, a reminder to everybody on Twitch as well. You don't have to, but I would appreciate it very much if you go over and drop a cheeky like on the YouTube stream, which also exists. There's a link in the pinned message at the top of chat if you want to go over there, and if you don't already subscribe to it, you do that if you as well if you want. It's up to you. I hope you're doing good, Maximum. AMX 5100, it's horrible. Really? I've heard many a good thing about the AMX 5100. Mainly because its magazine potential is so high that it's able to nuke stuff. I mean, its reload is horrible. It's like 45 seconds or something, but... its clip potential is really high. Thank you again, Maximum, for the biddies as well, man. I appreciate it. Getting closer to our goal now. We're at 1100, I think, out of 2,500. We've only got 2 more streams after today to try and sneak the goal, so I don't know if we'll do it, but we're getting closer anyway. I know that much. Right, that's the path as well. So I guess now we'll switch to a different sprayer and then see if we can finish this up. By getting these last bits. Interestingly, the path edge doesn't have a different thing. It's all one part of the same like thing. Unless it is individual sections. Okay, it is individual sections. Never mind. I was gonna say, there's no way it's one big section. That'd be a bit weird. Power wash normally. Here's the divider. Oh, it's all the way up to here. There's a big bit of path. Good job we got that new disc, innit? Hey. Doing okay, just busy. Got a look, but wanted to drop by and show some support. I appreciate it, man, as always. Thank you for that. Much appreciated. You have a good one. Enjoy the lurk and the chill power wash vibes. I'd say it's pretty chill. Oh, I was going to check earlier as well and see if we got any more achievements, wasn't I? We have. We've got one more. Exclamation! I'm doing a trophy plus. We're at 4 achievements. If anyone's wondering as well, they're like, when didn't you say you're going to be playing Outer Worlds soon? Like last week. So what we're doing is, because Outer Worlds is coming out literally tomorrow, I think. We're going to be playing it on day 2 of it coming out, which will be Thursday, when we do our 100% achievements, right? So for today, we thought we'd just play some of this just to kill a bit of time. But also, we intend on 100%ing Power Wash. So when Outer Worlds is done, we'll come back to Power Wash 2, and we will 100% it. So it's kind of just a bit of a today, we're just grabbing some stuff at the start here while we can, and just having a bit of fun with it, because, you know, it just kills a bit of time for us today before we go on to our next big RPG style 100%. So if anyone's wondering, that's what we're doing. So when Outer Worlds comes out tomorrow, we'll be playing it on Thursday for our next 100% achievements game. So this is just kind of a stopgap for now. But we will be coming back to it, so that'll be fun. I never 100%ed Power Wash 1, to be fair, because they end up adding a ton of like DLC stuff, so I don't own any of that, so I never managed to do any of it. Maybe I'll do the base game or something one day. It's a big building, isn't it? I think we need the disc back again for these walls. The armor, it's a heavy with paper thin sheets of metal on it. Well, it's also French, though. No French tanks have good armor. Well, other than like the AMX, what is it called? Heavy armored French TDs. I don't even know if they exist anymore. There's the AMX 65T, the AMX M454, and whatever the other one is. Well, the only French tanks with any armor in the whole game, other than the Liberté. The M449, I think. So, I don't know. I don't know what you're expecting, though, considering it's a French autoloader. They're sort of notorious for having no armor. That works quite well, doesn't it? Feels like a bit of a cheat code, this. It doesn't really go that well on sort of angled surfaces, though. It's fine on these surfaces, it's just not great. No, we'll just do this a section at a time, actually. There we go. We'll do the whole of the first floor, and then we'll move up to the second floor. I guess we'll do this while we're here as well. And we'll work our way around this side, and then we'll do these blue bits in a minute. This is the life. Look at this. No. On comes an ISU and instantly ammo racks me. Well, ammo racking on me is just getting unlucky, right? There's nothing you can really do about that other than taking safe stowage, if that still exists anyway. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to the armor side of things, though, you kind of got to expect that because it's a French. Well, AMX 5100 isn't really a heavy; it's a medium, basically, isn't it? All of those effectively are mediums. They shouldn't really be classed as heavies. The 120 and the 50B shouldn't be heavies either, really, because they just kind of aren't. Oh, someone wants us to do a car. This sort of telescopic bit on it doesn't really work all that well. Very annoying. It keeps like going back in. Finish off the bottom of this window as well. Time is it? Okay, 10:20. We'll definitely finish this job before the end of stream. I don't think it's going to take that long, this one. I don't think it's going to be quick, because it's still going to be a slowish job, but we've done 20% of it already. Not bad. Armor isn't as bad as the Italian mediums like the Progetto. Yeah, which is a good thing. However, if you're relying on the armor on a French tank to save you in most situations, you're kind of doing it wrong, right? Because, as you know, the French tanks have such little armor generally that if you're relying on it, you're kind of just asking for trouble. I mean, that's probably where the problem is. You should just take fights against people who aren't looking at you and then just track them, you know, put them in positions so they can't shoot back and then just kill them if you can. I mean, trading in an autoloader is kind of not the worst thing in the world, but still. I mean, the other thing to remember with an autoloader as well is that an autoloader gets more, well, at least in that game anyway, War Thunder's a little different, but an autoloader gets more dangerous the longer the game goes on. So, because everyone at the end of the game has a lot of lower health, right? People are beaten up and whatnot, so you have a lot more of a high chance of killing multiple people with the same magazine towards the end of the game. So all you've really got to do is just conserve your hit points for as long as possible and then just start clipping people at the end of the match. Which is easier said than done, but let's say it's this, don't have any reliance on your armor whatsoever and just play like either people hitting you one time and getting a massive trade on them and taking out their entire hit point pool, or just don't get hit in the first place, which I know is kind of one of those obviously forehead moments, but if you don't get shot at, you don't have to worry about your armor being bad. Used to heavily armored tanks like the Tigers and Churchills. Yeah, that's your problem. You'll have to just get used to using something that has none. That's kind of just the way it is. You can't afford to like trade and try and bounce shots with it. You have to just take fights against people that aren't aiming at you, essentially. The thing is as well, just to, you know, just in case. I will also point out, when it comes to this type of thing, I'm not talking out my ass either. Because I know I'm a War Thunder player these days, but when I used to play tanks, I was a super uni, so I had like 4,000 WN8. So I know what I'm talking about when it comes to this stuff. It's well worth trying to, as I say, do what I say, kind of conserve your hit points as much as possible throughout the game. So that's the thing, is you don't need to do anything aggressive. The other thing you've got to remember as well is that most likely by having the autoloader, you have a lot of power in the lobby. Let's think about it like this, right? Say if you're fighting someone in a, what's the equivalent tier 8? IS3. Some guy in an IS3 is sat there and he's like, oh, AMX 5100 there, he's a nice snack. If he swings you and tries to fight you, he's got a choice to make, right? He's either thinking he's going to clip me because he's going to, you know, he's going to just knock out my whole vehicle in one go with his mag. Or, he goes fully, like, no fucks given, drives around the corner, and then you just track him and clip him then anyway, and you take one hit and then kill him before he reloads. So it's like, he's either not, most people are either not going to peek you at all because they don't want to get clipped by an AMX 5100, who has enough magazine potential essentially to kill most tier 8s in the game, particularly the mediums in one clip. Or they're just going to swing you and then you just punish them. There's no reason to necessarily aggressively take a fight on your own if you don't have to. That's my 2 cents on it. You will have to kind of just learn how to play those types of vehicles with no armor. Which you can learn, and it's not that hard, admittedly. Like, Mirage has kind of had to do it in War Thunder as well when he started going into the Leopards for Germany. Like, you can't play the Leopard the same way that you would the Tiger 2, you know? Because the Leopard just doesn't have the armor of the Tiger 2. So you got to play completely differently. And it takes a little while to get used to the playstyle, but when you do, it will make you better in your other vehicles as well. Because you'll then kind of, you'll take that same mentality to the other vehicles you play. Where you won't sit there and kind of just try and trade anymore. You'll make like more smart decisions about where you want to take your shots and where you want to take damage and things like that. It kind of changes your whole playstyle when you get used to playing with no armor, because then you almost treat every vehicle like you have no armor. And it just improves the general like floor of your gameplay quite a lot. The biggest thing in that game I always used to notice is people throw their hit points away way too freely for no reason. And they don't realize that the more hit points you have towards the end of a match, the more likely you are to clutch it up and win. But a lot of people will just trade loads of HP really early on, and then they'll die. And complain about how much their team sucks, you know? But just conserving your HP as long as possible is probably the biggest thing you can do. I think I could try and use as a flank vehicle instead of a head-on... Yeah, that's pretty much what you need to do, yeah. Take opportunities to shoot people who aren't necessarily fighting you, rather than fighting people that are, like, staring you down. Because, like, as I say, you don't have any armor, so it's not like... Well, unless you get lucky, basically, and someone fires a dodgy shot at you, they're not going to bounce. But you're going to take damage every time you peek someone from the front, so why peek someone from the front? You know? Pretty much what you said there is kind of what it's designed for. Because keep in mind, the AMX 5100 isn't necessarily as quick as some of the other vehicles, like the Lorraine. But it's pretty nippy, right? It's faster than most heavies and can get around the map, so use the mobility to your advantage to get into positions people don't expect you in. You know? If you can get the flank shots on people, think about how easy it would be for a minute. Say you're fighting in, I don't know, any of the maps out there, right? And you go to near where one of the heavy tank corridors are, but not exactly on it, right? So you're close, but not right on top of it. All the heavies are fighting. Everybody's taking, knocking lumps out of each other. You got IS-3s, Tiger 2s, whatever. And then what are you going to do? You pop up on the side and take 1800 HP off of the first person you see. And what are they going to do? Nothing. Because they're still staring at the guy in front of them who they're fighting. Right? Meanwhile, you can drop your shots from your, well, all, was it 5 shots, 6 shots? I don't remember. No, it must be 6, yeah. 6 shots from your mag. Pretty swiftly. I mean, what is it, like a 2 or 3 second in between shots? I don't know if they buffed it or anything since. I think it used to be 3 seconds between shots. I mean, that's how you have to play all those auto-loaders. And then being on the flank means that you're already kind of out the way, so that when you need to reload for 30, 40 seconds, you can just disappear and do it without having to worry about getting shot to pieces. You know? It's going to sound really, like, the way I'm going to describe it's going to sound really weird, but, like, it's what kind of differentiates the really good players in most games from the really not-so-great players or the average players. Is usually the really good players kind of do things for a reason. They don't just do whatever. You know? They make the game kind of, like, as easy as possible for them, hence why they're able to do so well. Because most people just play bumbling around the map and just get shot to pieces, and they don't know any of the mechanics or don't know how to combat certain things, and they'll just get kind of abused by other players that are way better than them. Right? Think of it like this as well. Like, think of it, go onto any map and then think about the most common scouting bush positions that you know of. Because 9 times out of 10 there's going to be someone in the scout sat in one of them. If you don't know where they are, you're obviously just going to get spotted and killed all the time. Like in R6 Siege, if you don't know where any of the cameras are, it's like you're just asking for trouble because people are always going to know where you are. You can't afford to not know where the cams are, or not shoot them if you do know where they are. But it's amazing the amount of people in high rank who don't shoot the cameras, and then subsequently end up getting just absolutely destroyed by some defender, and then go, how did you know I was there? It's like, because you were on a cam. Or people on defense who don't look for drones and then die to someone who was watching them on a drone. And it's like, well, they knew you were there. They could see you. It's crazy to me. What else am I missing in this? This is all still the underside. Oh no, the underside is done. I guess it's the trim. It's the bit that isn't finished yet. And we need to do it from the top, I don't know. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, that's the bit we're missing, I think. Could be this, and it in the corner. Yeah, there it is. Still is 3 seconds, I think. Yeah. That's good. But yeah, no, like if you got 3 seconds, what? It's going to be 3 seconds for 6 shots. So, I mean, obviously you're not always going to get into a situation where you can afford to sit there for the whole magazine and just dump all the shots, but in a lot of cases you're going to get the opportunity to get 2 or 3 shots off, and then maybe you fall back, come back in a few seconds and fire the next 2 off, you know? Like, it's... yeah. Now play Siege, but I get what you mean. Yeah. It's just, like, flanking is one of those things that people don't do in that game at all, in tanks, a lot. And a lot of the people that do are the ones that play a lot better and get a lot more kills and damage than other people, you know? You need to learn, like... not as much as War Thunder specifically, I guess, where you have more, like, to think about, but... yeah, I mean, in tanks as well, you have to learn a lot of, like, weak spots and stuff, right? You have to know your stuff. Position, like map positions are a big thing in that game as well. I say about learning where the scouts are most likely to be in things. You learn that stuff, it makes the game a whole lot easier. And how do you learn a lot of that stuff? From experience. Not just experience of playing against it, but playing as it, you know? I'll tell you now, back when I was playing, part of the reason why I started farming my W&8 so hard was because of playing lights. There's loads and loads of people suck at playing lights. And then if you play a light and you know what you're doing, you just, not only do you win so many games because your team are able to just farm damage constantly, but like, you know, you end up getting loads yourself because you pick off so many kills on people that don't know you're there. It's crazy. Wash a radial menu. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Oh, there's like different classes. That's cool. Don't flank. There's your problem. You should be. You should be flanking. Flanking will do you a huge amount of good. Why don't you flank? I guess is the question I would ask. Why do you not do it? This is great for this. I don't know why this bit will not clean though. This little patch right here. It just refuses to clean. Weird. Like squelchy noise is kind of unsettling. Rear okay, the side canopy and rear canopy. We'll have to clean it up in a minute. This disc is quite helpful. It's also a little annoying at times, but I quite like it. Works quite well. Every time I've tried flanking, I always seem to go the way everyone else goes, especially the enemies. In which case, what you gotta do is find flanking routes to outflank the people who are there, right? Like, because I mean, I haven't watched you play, so I don't know like where you actually go or anything, but you might find that the flanking spot that you go to is also the very, very common enemy flanking spot, you know? Don't go to the orthodox spots that everybody else goes to, because generally everyone's waiting for people to go there and they'll kill you. That's where I used to find a lot of my success, was going to weird spots that people didn't expect. You know? Especially if you can get to weird spots undetected and then farm people while undetected. Even better. Nice. Oh, there's a ladder on the side. That's handy. Very nice. Yeah, we done? No, we're still at the side to do. There seems to be a, anyone who's played Minecraft or not I'm talking about, you know there's that mechanic where you can press, was it shift, I think? And you walk near the edge of a block and you won't fall off it, so you can like half hang off the edge. Kind of feels like they've put that in on this game, where you just got to, you don't immediately just fall off everything. There's kind of like a bit of a extra sticky like gravity near the edge of the thing, so you don't fall off, which is really nice. Because I remember in Power Wash 1, it used to happen all the time. You'd be trying to get some tiny little bit and you just keep falling off a ledge. It wasn't the end of the world, but it got annoying after a few times of it happening. Tactic is heavies is to go to the light tank route. Tactic in heavies is go to the light tank route, usually because light tanks have less pen. That usually works for me. It does, but also they can out view range you in many cases. But it does come with its own problems. I mean, here's the thing though, right? This is what you gotta remember. The point of a flank is to come up from an unexpected position, which kind of works in your case, because if you're saying you go to the light tank spots, towards that with a heavy, right? They're not going to expect you to be there, but also at the same time, they're going to spot you. Ideally, what you want is to get to somewhere where you're not going to be spotted and you can farm. Right? Because then, who's going to stop you? And the answer is no one. Because, I mean, unless someone directly challenges you, in which case, in most good positions, you're able to sit in some form of cover with a bush and just, you know, kill them before they get anywhere near you. You're almost certainly going to get the jump on anyone who challenges you, so... yeah. I don't know. I always used to find it difficult when people would... They used to play tanks with Mirage as well. I always used to find it difficult to translate, like, game knowledge into words to, like, talk about it with other people. Like, if he ever asked me something about, like, how should I do this? I'd never really know what to say with a lot of it, because a lot of it is just kind of instinct. You just do it. You don't really need to, like, think about it or talk about it. It's all about making good habits, you know? And then you don't even have to think about things anymore, you just do things. So instead of sitting there and going, do I need to flank this or should I push this? You just know whether or not you should without even thinking about it, you know? And then sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like for me in War Thunder, sometimes I'll go, this seems clear, and I'll swing something and die, you know? Because my instinct let me down. But like a lot of the time, it's quite easy to figure out whether you should or shouldn't do things from experience. You just get used to it over time. And again, a lot of it comes from playing the other types of vehicles as well. So then you can kind of... you experience what it's like to be on the opposite side as the light tank or whatever, and then you can kind of counterplay against what you would normally do because you have the experience of playing it yourself. If that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot easier to beat a light tank player if you can think like a light tank player, because you've already played lights before. And I'll be honest, when I used to play anyway, it was a couple of years ago now, but most light tank players sucked. And like they're just YOLO scout and die. So like not many scout players were very good. So it was very easy to just kind of abuse the scouting mechanics against the other scout players, because most of them sucked. And they didn't really know how to scout properly. You also had the advantage, of course, if you use food and stuff like that and coated optics and stuff to get a view range advantage over them, and then you can just dominate them. There's like nothing any of them can do. Hi Shayla, welcome in, man. Thank you for the redeems. Appreciate it. Always. How's it going? I guess we'll start with the disc again. Ooh. Regular nozzle is what I want, is it? Almost a little too close here. That's better. You for being here though, everybody, whichever stream you're on the red or the blue platform, purple platform. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out, thanks for vibing, lurking, chatting, whatever it is you're up to. I appreciate it. Best experience having a heavy tank was on the mobile version where I kept one-shotting a Slug 3 and a KV2. The KV2 is always fun. KV2 is always a fun time. I still remember some of my favorite experiences with the KV2 were actually -2 games where I played against Tier 8s. Where I seem to remember there was one game where I think I might have gone ammo rack, but I'm pretty sure I one-shotted a Tiger 2 because I penned it through the side with the HE, which I was just like, oh, I'll fire it because I got, you know, like 300 damage or something, and then I one-shotted it. So I must have ammo racked it or something, but I 100% remember doing that. But it's always funny when you get one of those. Yay, we finally got that bit to pop. Thank you for the stream streak, Shayla. I appreciate it, man, as always. Thank you. How you doing today, dude? It's going okay. Doing okay. Bit annoyed because of that news that I was talking about the other day that I haven't found out yet because they didn't do it. So I have to wait until Thursday for that now. But yeah, I'm doing okay, I guess. It's an okay day. I feel a bit better than I did on Sunday. Sunday I felt really flat. I don't know what the problem was. I feel a little better today. I got a bit more life in me today. Just like it. Welcome in, Mike, as well. Hello, how are you doing today? Well, there you go. I already answered that right as you came in. That's convenient, isn't it? I did double questions at the same time. How are you doing today? Welcome to stream. Welcome to power washing. I feel like this disc is nice, but I would like it if there was a key you could press to switch it from like vertical mode to horizontal mode, because it's kind of annoying when I'm like trying to get these corners and then it flips between, like, you know, like flips. I don't like that. It's really annoying. I'd rather just have it face one way rather than just keep changing on me. I'm trying to get those top corners and it's just not really getting it unless it keeps switching between the two. Ah, I hate it. It's not the end of the world, it's just really weird to get used to.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the stream and to the community. Good today. Glad to hear you're better than yesterday. Yeah, I've had a lot of stuff going on recently, so there's a lot of stuff going on in life right now, you know. So I just try and take it day by day. Just jumping around stream, seeing how everyone's doing. Nice. Well, I'm glad that you popped in here. I appreciate it. And again, thank you for following. They were just vibing with some power wash today. We are achievement hunting. However, we are putting the game on hold after today. Because Outer Worlds 2 comes out tomorrow. And we're going to be playing that on Thursday and going in for our next 100% achievement run on that game. And then we'll come back to power wash afterwards, so... Some exciting stuff on the horizon for us. Yeah, thank you very much for the follow, though. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your time here in the stream. The wrong button. I had a similar incident when I was in a check tank and there was an enemy tank next to me. I drove past and shot him, kept driving and didn't zoom in. Am I ammo-racked him from full health? I mean, it's just luck at the end of the day, really. Like, the ammo racks, I think, if I remember rightly, I can't remember exactly for that game, but I think the ammo racks will have, all of the modules have HP, don't they? And so if you get lucky enough to hit and effectively one-shot the module with the ammo rack, then you just get really lucky, but it's quite satisfying when it happens. The KV2, though, I mean, in a top-tier game or a tier 7 game or whatever, is just an absolute troll of a vehicle. Just driving around and just, well, it used to be anyway. I know they nerfed HE, but ending stuff with the KV2 and doing like 900 damage is insane. On a tier 6. When at the time, back when I used to play anyway, tier 6s had like at max like 800 and something HP. So you'd almost guarantee one-shot tier 6 heavies every time. I think they buffed it where they changed the HP distribution. So I think 6s get more HP now. They were saying that people's HP was too low and that's why they were having a negative experience playing the game or something. Which I kind of would not really have much sympathy and say, well, just hold on to your hit points more by not doing anything silly, but, you know. You can't really hold that opinion. Skill issue, it's, I called it a skill issue before skill issue was a thing. Not that I use that terminology, of course. Me chair a little bit there. Well, we're still chipping away nicely on this. We got about hour left coming up. We're making some good progress here. Just over an hour left of stream, hour and 10 minutes or so. We'll finish this house up nicely and then move on to whatever's next. That'll be lovely. Come back to that bit in a minute. Well, this is all like the same section. Hey, old Richie Rich, how's it going? Welcome into you. How are you? Clen, yeah, we're cleaning today. Much clen. We're cleaning away all of our sins from our War Thunder games that we've been playing. All of those BT7s that we've killed in our like 9-0 that we found running around. This is us cleansing our sins for that. The cruelty to small tanks. Like community service, you know. All those M22 locusts we've one-shotted. We have to be punished for our crimes accordingly. Have a good one, D. Take it easy. Thanks for hanging out on the red stream. I appreciate it. And yeah, have a good rest of your night. We'll see you when we see you. Good. Rethinking my life choices. Two things I did not expect to see in the same sentence. How can it both be good and also rethinking your life choices? Because doesn't rethinking your life choices imply that you regret something and are wanting to change? Or am I reading more into that than I should be? clean, isn't it, that wall? Clean enough. I call that clean. Now in possession of a T80 Oh, I see. I see what you're saying now. You're regretting your life choices because you bought... Well, look at it this way. You bought a T80 UD at 50% off. So, I mean, you can only 50% regret your life choice now for doing it. So, I mean, you can still regret the choice of buying the T80 UD and, you know, giving the snail money. Which does mean, of course, your matchmaking will be... Your RNG and matchmaking will be slightly better for the time being because you spent money on the game, of course. Not that that's confirmed, Gaijin. Don't sue me. But yeah, at least you got it 50% off. Hey, if I was going to buy a premium, I'd buy one now because, I mean, you know, 50% off is a good amount off, isn't it? But I stand resolute in my reluctance to not give Gaijin more money than I do for the premium. Although I will say, if anyone's looking to pick up premium account and has like 40 quid lying about, buying a year's worth of premium right now is not a bad idea. If you're planning on playing the game for the long term anyway. There's currently a sale going on for War Thunder's 13th anniversary that ends tomorrow morning. So if you want to buy anything, buy it sooner rather than later. Because he's gonna end. And you'll miss out. Although there'll probably be one again where there's 50% off everything like next year. Be like Gaijin's birthday. Be in May of next year, something like that maybe. At least there was one last year anyway. That's where I bought my year of premium. Also, like Crackhead level broken, and I'm at your BR now. You are. When you say you're at my BR now, what are you implying by this, huh? You implying that you're going to try and Q snipe me? What BR actually is the Tina, EUD anyway? Isn't it higher? It's 10 something, isn't it? Isn't it like 10.3? N3, yeah. Yeah, I'm on 10 flat at the minute with the Desert Warrior. At least for Britain, anyway. China, I'm at... What am I on China now? 9.3? Yeah, I think I'm still at 9.3 on China. Although I'm getting there. I'm actually nearly at... higher than that. The problem is, when I play China... What is happening with this ladder? When I play China, it's just like bouncing me off the ladder. What is happening? It's like invisible wall on the bottom of the ladder. Okay. Let's not do that then. The problem I have with the China stuff is me and Mirage are playing at the same time, me and mate. But the problem is he's playing German and I'm playing Chinese, and we have like a bunch of areas where the tech trees just don't match up. So now it's like... he's at like ready... He's basically ready to go to like 10.0s on China, and I'm not. Because I have way more 9s to do than he did. So it's really annoying. Because I'm kind of like constantly behind, so I always have to down tier myself. But at the same time, I also don't want to make him wait forever for me to get up to the next tier. So it's like... properly annoying. But then it will flip at some point, and he will not have any 11s, and or he'll have like loads of 11s or whatever, and I won't, so... Good old tech trees in War Thunder. Very satisfying noise that makes. Hey, window surround is done. Right, we'll do the rest of this dome in a bit then, I guess. Don't stream snipe, but just would be cool to see you in a match. Yeah. I have actually, believe it or not on War Thunder, I have actually been stream sniped once before. I wasn't accusing you of stream sniping. Just so you know. I'm always suspicious though when people are like, wow, I could be in the same game as you. And I'm like, oh, cool. Because it has happened to me before. It's actually never happened in War... Well, no, it has actually happened in War Thunder before. It's my main experience where I ever got stream sniped on, which happened once, was on R6 Siege years ago. when I first started streaming. I had like maybe, I don't know, 70 followers or something. I was like properly new at the time. And I was playing Siege. And I ran into these two people in ranked who came into the stream in the match before, and they were on our team. They were like, oh, cool. They came in. It was my birthday. I was having a birthday stream when I was playing Siege, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Teammates found the stream. That was nice. And they followed. And we're chatting to them for a bit, and we win the game and whatnot. It's like, oh, GG's, you know, and they go off and do their thing. Next match, they're on the enemy team, of course. So what happens? Both of them immediately come back in after leaving and stream snipe the shit out of the match. And yeah. But I think, if I remember rightly, it was a guy and his mate. He came in, wished me a happy birthday, hung out for a bit. They both followed me. Then they stream sniped me the next match and then both unfollowed me. I was just like, okay. Alright then. That's a bit of a dick move, but you know. Needless to say, they won quite easily in the ranked match because they knew, you know, literally everywhere where all of our friendly team were and everything, which was pretty big in Siege, so. Yeah, they absolutely annihilated us. There was nothing I could really do at the time either because I wasn't streaming on PC, so I couldn't just black screen or anything. Nowadays, if I was doing that and someone stream sniped, I would just switch to a black screen for like, you know, a couple of minutes until the round was over or whatever. But yeah, I couldn't do that at the time, sadly. That was on my birthday as well. That's what makes it worse. That's the only like full-on stream sniping time I've ever had. War Thunder, there's people who've Q sniped me before. But then usually they don't really like come near me, or if they do, they just end up dying before they get to me. Bruce used to have a thing for a while where he used to try and get in the same game as me so he could challenge me to a 1v1, of which usually I ended up beating him because he was a realistic player, so he wasn't really that used to playing arcade rules. So that was always kind of interesting. But yeah, in terms of like the actual hardcore stream sniping, it's only ever happened to me once, thankfully, but I think sometimes people assume it doesn't happen to anyone who's not big, you know? But I sadly did get stream sniped as a youth. As a small streamer. Had my experience of that birthday Siege time ruined. Yeah, that was it though. After that, I think it was cool. The only time I think I've ever been stream sniped in Siege. Though. There's a BRB coming up in just a minute as well, just so everybody knows. So nobody gets caught by the ad break and didn't know it was coming. It's coming up pretty soon. Both unfortunate and funny. Yeah, kind of. I wasn't very happy about it at the time. As I say, of all the time to do it on, done on my birthday is pretty fucked. So yeah, I don't know. It's ways though, isn't it? People who do anything for a win, so. People are desperate. I think the worst part about that was, not only was I small, but I probably only had like, I don't know, 3 viewers or something. If that. I was like brand new affiliate kind of territory. So they must have really looked for me. Kind of wild. I'm a new tank because there's anti-tank guided missiles. That's one of the reasons I hate the T-80UD. I despise that thing. Right, I'm going to go to the BRB really quickly while the ads play, and then I'll be back in 3 minutes, okay? So BRB, back in a sec, and then we'll pick up where we left off. I'll drop a save on the game there. So I'll be back in a sec. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Existence is pain. I lost everything with my old account. Wait, on Pokemon Community Game, what happened? It's a new Twitch account you're on. So you lost all the stuff in your old one. Like crazy good Pokemon? That's rough. That's pretty rough right there. I'm gonna do this. I don't know what's best to, like, how's best to do this. I actually have quite a few decent mons on my Pokemon Community Game account. I haven't actually caught anything on Pokemon Community Game for ages though. I do have a pretty well developed account. I used to actually stream Pokemon a lot as well, back in the day. Nearly a year ago now was my last Pokemon stream, where I played through Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. And I did a challenge run of sorts, where I completed the game doing 18 different monotype runs, so single typing for every run. So only bug, only steel, you know, only psychic. Went through and did that for every single type in the game, as well as doing a hardcore Nuzlocke. I also did a Nuzlocke on Sword and Shield. At one point, I also did a Nuzlocke on BDSP. They were pretty fun. Minus losing to Cynthia in the final battle once, and then having to redo the entire game anyway on BDSP. We're in an overpowered team. So annoying that I can't get in the corner there. And of course the war crime, because the friend I convinced me. There you go, I can't get the bloody words out for some reason. I kept reading that as friend I convinced, not convinced me. We get the TAEUD and brought me up to 12.0, my 3.0 tanks first, and smoked an SPA and my Yak 9k. Yeah. It's always an interesting experience seeing a low tier vehicle at high tier. But yesterday I was playing, when I was playing with Mirage, we ended up running into, it was a T-3485 we found. And we were playing at like 9.3.10. There's a guy in a T-3485 and IS-2, and I think he had a T-80 UD as well. Yeah. He had the UD, then he had an IS-2 and a, yeah, 2 T-3485s. It's just like brave, you know. You do you, I guess. That guy was... He got bullied quite badly, needless to say. Could easily get this last section of this house done within the hour. Yes. A bit down here, isn't there? Oh, that's okay. This one's further forward. That's one. Need a step ladder. Yeah, that's what I need. Can I put it up here? No, probably not. I wonder if I can use that though. Not to mention first getting 2 kills, 2 whole kills, and one of them being a medium tank to boost. Love that. You know that that guy probably uninstalled the game after dying to that as well. It's always the worst thing when you die to someone and then you look up who it was and you find out it was like a 2.0 or something. I mean, there are some that are actually pretty lethal though. Like the SIG 15, the German TD. I see that thing running around at high tier a lot. That thing's bloody nasty. There we go. Took a bit of parkouring to get there, but we got there. Right. Yeah, we did the front bit. We'll do this while we're here. Ego took a sky high blast and he probably uninstalled. Yeah. I mean, you got to at that point, eh? You know, I feel like you can't uninstall if that happens. You're right, especially if you're in like a top tier or something. You get absolutely hammered by like a little baby tank. That's the end for you at that point. You can never play the game again. You can never show your face because everybody, you know that everybody saw it in the kill feed. Everybody knows that you died to like the 2.0. Kind of one of those things that whenever I see them, I almost always hope they get a kill, but also at the same time, I don't want them to. Or as long as the kill isn't on me, then I don't mind the little baby tanks getting a kill. Just as long as they don't kill me, we're fine. If they go for me, though, I'll kill them with no mercy. I actually did do that to one the other day in fairness. It was a what was it? I don't know what tank it was, but there was one that challenged me the other day and I just immediately one-shotted him right off the gate. I think it was an M5 Stuart when I was in, I don't remember what I was in, ZTZ 96 I think. He just like peeked out around a corner and tried to challenge me and I just instantly just evaporated him. It's just like, no, I'm not, I know he couldn't pen me or anything probably, but I'm just like, I'm just not even going to give you the chance. He's just going to kill you. Learn your lesson. Hey! Nice. Now we can go do the other bits. We'll do this fountain side first. Not fountain. Balcony. Observatory. We'll call it. Telescope. Rather nice, isn't it? I wonder if that disc would work here, actually. Oh, yeah, there we go. Come on, balcony trim. Gonna pop fairly soon, I think. Surely it will anyway, unless I miss loads of it. Oh, I guess there's this. Maybe I did miss loads of it. Just got my SU-57, so I can avoid terrorizing every BR. And I think it's tiny as well. It's kind of annoying to face. So how small it is. It's very sneaky, isn't it? The sneaky tank. Tiny little baby tank that is. Quite chuffed to finally have access to the Israeli tree. Nice. I was thinking about doing that next. Me and Mirage were talking about what we're going to do after he finishes Germany and I finish China. We were thinking about going into the Israeli tree. Or at least I say that. He was thinking about... He wanted to do Israel and I was like, well, I might as well just jump on the same tech tree. So, you know, to avoid the issue of the Chinese thing again, where we have one of us who's got like 3 tanks to to finish and the other one who's got none. Like, yeah, just jump on the Israelis as well. Very, very small. Yeah. The smallest tank around. Well, I don't think it is actually. There's probably smaller, but it's very small considering its tier and whatnot. Very sneaky, I'd imagine. It's probably quite good in realistic for sneaking in bushes. Some persistent grime here. There we go. Yeah. Yes. Lovely stuff. Good, this is going well. Smallest in the game, barely edging out the... Is it actually smaller than that thing? I would have thought that was smaller, the L333, but interesting. I didn't know that. Stupid disc. Hey, another one bites the dust. Do the old telescope, shall we? Just wait till I use all its decals and turn it into a thriving bush. That'll be funny. Gotta be careful there. That unsportsmanlike behavior, you know. I know someone who came into this chat once who'd complain about you doing that. Gotta be careful. Unsportsmanlike conduct. All is fair in love and war. Yeah, I know. I thought it was a load of bollocks when they said it as well, to be honest. I let them know that I thought it was a load of bollocks. They said as well. I think that specifically was referring to The fact that there was someone who played realistic in, I think they were playing like the Italians or something. And it was, I don't know, I can't remember which vehicle it was, but they were playing something that was like one of the same vehicles as you get in another tech tree. And they put decals on it to cover up like the markings to show that it was like the Italian one. And they were pretending to be an enemy player. And they were like sitting with the enemy players, like hiding in the middle of their ranks. And then they eventually waited like a few minutes until they'd sort of fully, you know, left them alone, assuming that this guy was just a full-on friendly player for them. And then he ended up shooting them in the back. And we were talking about it in chat, and someone came in on the YouTube stream and they were like, ugh, really unsportsmanlike play that is. And it's just like, what? They're like, yeah, it's very bad sportsmanship to do that. It's just like, okay, dude. We had a discussion about it, and their opinion was very flawed. Then they had this weird, like, crash out moment as well. It was a very strange individual. I know how people do that. You can see friendly name tags. I don't know. I don't know how they got away with it, but yeah. Either way, I essentially said it's a skill issue because, I mean, the people should just kill the enemy player. Or, like, you know, it shouldn't be that hard to figure out it's an enemy player and you should just kill him. And if he kills you, then that guy's just out-stratted you and just played better than you. But yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was funny that people did that. They just pretended to be an enemy player and then killed everybody. How do you get a chair this dirty? I don't want to know, actually. I want to know what kind of things they've done to this chair. Nice. Right, now we can get the old carpet cleaner thing back again. The Disc of Doom. There we go. I was thinking to myself a minute ago that I've only got this left to do, and then I remember that I've got the whole other side of the building to finish yet. Long old process power washing this stuff. Good job, it's satisfying, isn't it? It's even the big disc. Oh, it is. Hey! We did it! Now we get to move on to the next section. Oh, I can't go up there. Read the parkour. Onwards we go. Next section. We got this ladder out of the way for a minute as well. Oh yeah, I forgot about the robbery at the Louvre. Didn't they say it was an inside job the other day? Ooh. Got them suds. Suds in up the wall. Ah. Nice bubble noises there as well. Oh, change the head out. There we go. That's what I want. That's pretty clean, isn't it? Hey, what we wanted. Let's do the blue next. Almost left the stream because I saw you alive and forgot I was watching you. I am pretty forgettable, you know. Some people will get angry for me saying that. Don't tell anyone I said that. I'll get flogged or something. Looking quite good, isn't it? I don't know if the soap actually made a difference here or not, but... No, I appreciate you being here though, Richie Rich. I suppose in a way as well, it's kind of like... It's good that you were like, oh, he's online and you were going to come watch the stream. That's kind of cool in itself, I suppose, that you were like, oh, I know who I'm watching. I remembered you were already in it. Unforgettable, I'm just autistic. I'm only memeing you. Yeah, no, I appreciate you wanting to come in here, I guess. Always nice to see someone like that. Yeah, let's put it down there. Nozzle here. Yellow nozzle. That's what we want. Tell you what, this job's taken me a lot longer than I thought it would. Well, this one's going to be done in like, I don't know, an hour or something. It's taking a lot longer than that. What a pain in the arse. I was expecting War Thunder. Yeah. Yeah, you get used to it after a while. So yeah, on my 2 non-War Thunder days, because I mean, I stream for 4 days a week total. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday. But Wednesday and Sunday are always War Thunder, and then the other 2 days are always something else. Unless we run out of something to do, and then sometimes we'll jump on War Thunder as like a killing time, you know? Because there are times where I'll finish 100%ing like Power Wash, and I'll be like, well, I've got 2 hours, I need to do something, so I'll just jump on and do a bit of grinding. No, Duh, you're a W streamer. Yeah, I'll take that. I don't think anyone's referred to me as a W streamer before, so I'll take it. Like a rite of passage. Well, I'm glad you think so. I don't always think that about myself, I'll be honest. But I'm glad other people think it. Sometimes I'll be playing games and I think I'm the most boring bastard on the planet. And then every now and again I'll get surprised by someone saying something that makes me rethink that. I got really thrown off the other day because I played a game on Poland. And I was just talking about like why I was peeking certain things and like prioritizing targets and stuff, you know? And then I was just doing kind of a normal thing, because usually what I'll do is if I don't have anything to really talk about, if I have something else to talk about, I'll talk about that, right? You know, just random stuff. But then if I don't have anything to talk about, I'll just default to like what's happening in the game. Like if I'm playing War Thunder, I don't actually talk about War Thunder all that much in a good stream. I'll be talking about whatever we're talking about in chat, you know? So my default is usually like talk about the game, talk about what I'm doing, because I mean one of the golden rules of streaming is you never want dead space where, you know, you're not talking essentially. And so I'll just default to like, you know, talking on, banging on about the game and whatever we're doing. And I was doing that like I normally would. So I was like, well, I haven't got anything to say. So I just started talking about positioning and why I was prioritizing certain kills and things. And then I ended up getting a comment from someone who was just like, oh, I'm glad that you like explained all this stuff, because now I have a lot better understanding of what's going on. It's good to be able to like, you know, learn what you're doing. And I was just like, I don't think anyone's ever said that to me before. I was like, damn. I was like, here's me sitting here being like default boring option of me talking about whatever's happening in game because I haven't got anything else coming to mind. And someone's like, yeah, that was great. I'm just like, oh, okay. Well, that was unexpected. I always say that as like a streamer, there's a lot of people that are like very good talkers and very good kind of storytellers and things, but I don't really think I'm one of those people. So I always kind of struggle with some of those parts about like the more filling space with random chat, you know. So I was kind of thrown off by it because I was like, oh, I was just doing my like boring default of explaining the game. So I'll take it that someone enjoyed it. Now, once been bored in the 5 streams I've seen you? Yeah, well, I appreciate that, you know. Hey, it's still time, though. It's still time, but... I'm always going to say that anyway, it's me. You'll get used to it after a while. I used to be a lot worse with the self-deprecating jokes, though. They used to come out like every 5 minutes. People used to get angry at me for them. They still come out every now and again, though. But I don't know. I've always had a weird opinion of myself when it comes to doing Twitch stuff. I think it's one of those things where it's like difficult to not compare with other people because you see a lot of people out there who do things very well. It's difficult not to look at kind of what other people are doing with certain things and be like, wow. You know? You might have accidentally burnt... How did you burn a cookie? Why are you... Hang on a minute. Is this like a thing where you can bake them yourself? Or are you just baking cookies that are already baked? In which case, why? And how? I'm confused. I have more questions than answers from that previous statement. Playing with fire and eating. Bulb? When you say playing with fire, what were you doing exactly? You got a Bunsen burner set up on the desk or something? And you actually live in a lab. Back with Dina. Welcome back, Oriole. What you got? What you got for dinner? What treat do you have tonight? I'm glad you can taste stuff again, though, because it's probably a lot more appealing having food right now than it was yesterday, where you couldn't taste anything because of being sick. So probably the prospect of eating some, it seems a lot better now. Welcome back, though. It's good to see you again. Well, scented candles, eh? Oh, way up. Wait, so you set a cookie on fire with a scented candle. This is a rather bizarre twist of fate. I don't think I've ever... Can you imagine that? We've caught the arsonist. What was his weapon of choice? Scented candle. He used one of them sandalwood scented candles to burn down the building. Just It sounds a bit weird. That's the commanding Asian in the room. I love it. You've got the free pass from the from Richie Rich. Made some teriyaki chicken, some frozen steamed up. Ooh, that sounds pretty good. Yeah. I like that. That sounds pretty solid. Dumplings, Swallow. I like a dumpling. Those gyozas we had when we went out for ramen were really good as well. Yeah, the takoyaki balls though, they were good except for the fact I burnt my mouth on them. But you know, you did warn me about that. I'm well aware before you say anything. You're like, they're going to be hot, and I thought, how hot can they actually be? And then I incinerated the inside of my mouth. I was hungry, alright? I was hungry and I wanted some food. I just ate a whole takoyaki and burnt the whole of my mouth off. And I admit the fact that it was my fault. And, you know, I was warned. I signed the waiver. Sugar cookie. I don't know if I've ever smelled a sugar cookie candle before. I do remember years ago, when I was a lot younger, I used to go out around Christmas time. I'd go out shopping for people. Like one of my parents would take me out, and I'd go to some places. And I always used to go to a card place. There's a card shop. Not like TCG cards, like, you know, greetings cards, those types of cards. And they always used to have a massive display of Yankee candles in the back. And I'd always go in there and smell them all. That's what was great. Some of them were rank though, absolutely horrible. A few of them that were nice, and then there was a few that just were like horrible. I haven't bought a scented candle for years though. I always used to think they were good gifts for people. If you don't know what someone wants, buy them a candle. You know, they'll make use of it. What I always used to do anyway. So if anyone in my family's listening right now in stream, not that you are, you're getting candles this year. No, then I'm not buying candles. Making me yakitori? That sounds good as well. Warned you several times. You did warn me several times. Have them packed. Yeah, no, same thing with me actually. Any of the ones that are still around in the house here are all kind of for power outages, yeah. And some old like wind up torches and things. They're still lying around somewhere for that. Thankfully, I haven't had a big power outage for a while, but there was one maybe a year ago, I remember. I seem to remember I was in the middle of a VC. And then I ended up getting booted for like an hour. Last power outage actually, there was a massive power outage when I was at work once at the lab. Because they had the cable for the power went outside, and I guess the cabling, you know, like the stuff around the outside of the cables had come off. And the water had got into the electrical cable and fried the whole system. So we ended up getting sent home. We had a whole, like, day or two off because of the circuitry being fried. It was great. I was, like, messing with the circuit breaker boxes and stuff because no one else knew what they were doing. So I had to go and test all the breaker boxes and make sure it wasn't all completely cooked, which it was, but bit of a pain, that was. Got us back like 2 or 3 days of work. Decided it's fire time. No more cookie. The cookie is now just ashes. You cremated the cookie is what happened there. Gave it a nice burial. What am I doing? I need the disc. Here we go. Yes. The disc of cleaning. First floor window frame. First floor being this. Or first floor being... Okay, window frame. I love the FPS running in this game, though. It's like I'm in Battlefield 6. Great, isn't it? Running around that FPS sprinting. I also love that this game actually tells you where the missing bits are, because Power Wash 1 never did that, and it was always infuriating trying to find the tiny little tick of stuff that you hadn't done. Yeah, that sounds like you got some good grub there, Warrior. I gotta say. Some good food. I'm glad that you're feeling a bit better today as well. This one tells you. Well, it had that little like orange box symbol on the bit that I needed to do to tell me like where the last bit was that I hadn't finished, which was kind of cool. Or it like said that it was on this item, so I knew that it was on there rather than just sort of mindlessly running around looking for it. Surprisingly flammable, I'd say between a raincoat and a cling wrap. That's an oddly specific set of things to know how flammable they are. You have previously set things on fire? And if so, are you an arsonist? Find out you're like some criminal mastermind arsonist. Look at that. We got a grand for that. Excellent job, Sprucey. Can see why Harper recommended you. Spotless house. Hum reduced to 0. Now all I need to do is find out what Karen's up to. I've already answered this. Karen's cheating on you, mate. That's what's happening. Karen is cheating on you. I swear she is. We'll do this as well. I think we got time to do this job. Welcome to the big time. This is from Derek Degas, I guess, or Degas. Degas. Degas? I don't know his fucking names. Doesn't matter. Someone's going to get angry at me at the pronunciation no matter what. Don't know if you remember that classic film from back in the day, Driving Me Nuts. About the car with a haunted steering wheel. Crazy. Fitting as well for this time of year. Haunted car. Wow. Sure you do. Well, I was in it. Only a kid then, of course, but recently I got thinking it's due a reboot. Of course, this is what we don't need in life, is reboots of old movies. Bought not just Esther's original vintage car, but also the rights to the entire Driving Me franchise. We're starting with Driving Me Barking, about a car that gets imbued with the consciousness of an unruly puppy. We've just filmed the pivotal scene where it digs up a bone, and now we need it cleaning for tomorrow's set piece at a dog grooming salon. Did joke about them being an arsonist? I did, yeah. Old stuff like raincoats either turn into garage rags or nice flamey wamies. I'm both intrigued and concerned by what I'm reading in this chat right now. Do I want long barrel? Yeah. That glare is horrible. There we go. Wii Sports. Let me cue that up real quick. Even the Wii Sports Lo-Fi already. I heard as well, this is for the UK people out there. However many of them are in stream. Apparently Spotify is increasing the price of their service again. By an extra £1. So it's going up to $12.99 a month. Because of course, you know, they need to charge more for it. Because they're giving us so many extra things. Oh wait, never mind. What's that? An unjustifiable price rise because the people who run Spotify are greedy bastards? Oh, that sounds about right. suds the car up, shall we? There's Wii Sports on the background. It's like we're covering it in snow. Look at this. We're like snow spraying it. Turn that up a little bit, actually. There we go. No, that's not what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Classic Wii Sports lo-fi. Great tune it is. Classic tune. Found something really weird, and somehow I have a free account from like 7 years ago. Spotify, you mean? That's kind of wild. I wish my Spotify was free these days. I don't have to pay 12 quid a month for it. Bloody rip-off. Bad enough as it is, let alone, you know, UK prices of everything right now are getting gouged anyway, so it's like, just adds insult to injury. That's a shiny looking bit of car, isn't it? Got doxed as well by losing the number plate, so whoever owns this car now, someone's going to be coming around and stealing it. They're going to look up the registered owner and they're going to find him. Leave the Wii Sports lo-fi again, I appreciate it. Back to the regular lo-fi. Regularly scheduled lo-fi. Okay, front wheels done. Okay. I'll do all the wheels and I'll come back and do the rest of it, I guess. Student account I tried 33 days on and did something with the email. Free music for life? That's kind of goated though. Watch them charge you in the future though. I'll just be like, can't let these people get away with having free stuff now. We'll just take that away from me. Take those free benefits away from you. You know what companies are like. We've been trying to figure out a way of doing that for years. Take it away from you. Kind of wild though. Low-key sick tune. Yeah, the Wii Sports Lo-Fi is one that people always look at as a meme and they're like, oh, it better be awful. Great. It's an absolute banger. Certified classic of the stream since well, I don't know at this point. I don't know when we first put Wii Sports Lo-Fi into the mix on the stream. Yeah, a good few years. I'd say Wii Sports Lo-Fi has been a redeem in this stream for at least 3 years probably. Maybe even longer. Kind of hard to know. Oh, that was for the steps. I thought we had to open the boot for a minute. Or the trunk, as some of you will call it, of course. Because you're American. And you've got to be difficult and use different words for everything. Wrong words, might add. Like aluminium and aluminum. Unbelievable. You just can't accept the truth that there's another L in there. Or an N in there. Or all the letters in there. You refute it to this day. So much so that you couldn't pronounce it, so you had to make another word to justify it. Terrible. Lo-fi Wii Sports always makes me think back at the bakery, where there was this one girl who would play trap Mario Party music. Or Mario, not Mario Party music. I don't know where I got the party bit, but trap Mario music. That sounds kind of interesting. I'm almost intrigued to find out what that would be like. I'm not sure if it would be good or if it would be cursed as hell. Sounds like it would be cursed. What were we talking about? Oh, I was just talking about the word aluminium. Or aluminum, as some of you would call it, which is wrong. Aluminum was only created as a word because people couldn't pronounce aluminium correctly and then justified it to themselves instead of accepting they were wrong. We'll do this main bit and then get a grill in a moment. Our windscreen wipers. Gotta get the wipers. And your wing mirror. I mean, it's missing. Bumper, nose, and roof. Okay. What's missing on the roof? Oh, is there anything on the roof missing? Was a bat? Oh, it was actually good. That's pretty. I like that. Well, I'm glad it was some good stuff. That's amazing. I love that. Sometimes though, I genuinely think this is a thing. Video game music can actually be great. In some cases, there's actually some really good like remixes and stuff of video game music out there. Not a lot of people listen to it though. There's some really good stuff. Like some of those Pokemon themes that you get in like certain remixes and stuff sound really good. Like I know that you also see it in interesting contexts as well, because there was a video I saw the other day of it was a video of someone getting married, and it was like going to a wedding, but it was like the bride was a massive Pokemon fan, and it was the guy who was doing the music in like the church or whatever, you know, or wherever they were getting it done, was playing the Little Root Town theme on a piano from Generation 3, and it wasn't out of place. You could have imagined people walking into a wedding and hearing the Little Root Town theme at the back. I think I also saw one as well where someone once did that with the Cynthia piano theme at the start, which if you know, you know, if you're a Pokemon person. The not the actual Cynthia theme, but the piano bit when you first speak to Cynthia, when you first walk into the fight against her, and it does like the dramatic piano. Someone did that. I saw a video of someone doing that at a wedding once before, and it was like, it was obviously not as aggressive as the actual real version, but I was like, it fits though. You could see that walking into someone's wedding and hearing Little Root Town or Cynthia's piano music. It wouldn't be out of place. And that's what I call silver screen service. We're on our way to the dog grooming salon. Going to be utter carnage. That's an awful pun. Thinking about it, maybe we should have filmed them in the other way around. Oh well, live and learn, eh? See you around, probably sooner than you think. Don't want to clean your silly car again. Go back to the base. Right. What's our next mission? Oh, it's the sign. I guess, well, we could save partway through. I guess what we'll do is... actually, no, see, can we buy anything new? Any new furniture we can get? It's all expensive. I'm not buying that. It's too expensive. Washer equipment. I wonder, has any of these got the... Oh, it does! It's a triple nozzle. The Prima Vista Pro. That's the one from the other game. Look, it's the best barrel ever. This thing was amazing. I love that one. The Urban Extreme. Double turbo nozzle. Interesting. What should we buy? Anything that's in orange we haven't bought yet. We could buy these, but like... We could buy this. The Prima Vista 2400 for 1,000 quid. Honestly, I feel like we should just buy up through the stuff. So we just buy all of this. And then work our way up. Oh! Own the surface cleaner and all of its attachments at the same time. Achievement unlocked. Yay! Oh, and we just did it for another one as well. Don't tell me we got 3 by doing all 3 of these. Buying all the attachments. Third one? No? Just the 2 achievements? Okay, just those 2. So we're at 6 now. Let's do a trophy plus. There we go. Still pronounce it aluminium, as you should. Because that's the correct way to pronounce it. Yes, aluminium. Alright, there we go. Second one. 6 trophies right now. Not bad. We're getting there. We're, you know, we're vibing. Of course, next time we do an achievement hunting stream, which will be Thursday, we are going to be playing Outworlds 2. Which doesn't mean that we're never coming back to this. We'll just come back to it when we're finished with that, because that comes out in 2 days, or it comes out tomorrow. So we're going to kind of like catch it early while we can, you know. Oh, look at this. There's some Easter eggs. The van. It's the dinosaur from the park. That's pretty cool. The odd statue. The playground. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like the Easter eggs in here. I like the Squishmallow cat as well. That's pretty cool. Can we turn this TV on? No? We got any Easter eggs on here? Oh, these are like the free plays. Okay. What we got here? Not sure about that one. That one's a bit zoomed. Oh, is that the mayor's house? I don't know. Any more around? Any more pictures? FPS running again. Oh, we got a workshop. This is like the original bit where you did the van, I think, in the previous game. Maybe Texan, but I'm not uncultured. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, this is cool. We got like little things of all of our jobs that we've done. Look at that. There's the building we just did. There's the public facility. There's the dog car. We've got James May's shed. And we got the truck. That's actually really cool. A wall of collectibles. I like that. That being said, we are going to exit out of the game. Because it is that time. So we are going to quit out. And I'm going to switch my screen over real quick. I don't have the lab up though. Oh, it's because I was showing it off earlier, wasn't I, when Mr. Mac came in. So there we are. Yeah. Today, we've, you know, made a bit of progress on a new game so that when we come back to it, we're going to be able to do even more, which is the main thing. Obviously, we're at 5 now, but we'll be, you know, or 6 we're at now. But well, it means we're already 6 deep when we go into the next section, when we go into this game again. So, I think there's actually a break about to start as well. I missed the snooze on it, so anyone who's not subscribed will get hit with the ads any second. Apologies for that, but it is what it is. I couldn't stop it. Yeah, so the achievements we unlocked today, we unlocked 6 in total out of 40. In the home base, pet all 3 of the cats. That was number 1 that we got. We got that right at the start of the game. We spawned in and I just immediately petted the cats because they were there, and that was an achievement. I thought it probably would be. Once I saw that you could pet them, I thought that's easy achievement fodder, innit? So that's one thing. We also unlocked, in the home base, examine an item on Parker's pinboard. Harper's pinboard. I don't know why I said Parker. But yeah, I was just looking at the stuff on the board. Complete the removal van job in career mode. Only 2/3 of the people who've played the game have currently finished that one. So there you go. They haven't got past the first mission. Home decor. Placing a piece of furniture in the home base. Own the surface cleaner and all of its attachments, and owning the light duty washer and all of its attachments. So there you go. A lot of achievements for this game. I'm just having a quick look at some of them. Oh yeah, there's some of these specific ones. The campsite. Clean the lanterns first using only a red nozzle. We missed that one. Do we miss any other ones? Town job, shopping mall job. Oh my. Some of these sound awful. Dog car, have soap on every wash task at the same time. We actually got close to doing that unintentionally. What else did we miss? Okay, that's it. We haven't missed any other than the car and the thing, though. The campsite. So we can go back and do those eventually as, like, special ones. Interesting. So happy I joined today. Well, I appreciate you coming and hanging out with us, man. Much appreciated. I don't ask many things of people when it comes to this stuff, but I'm always very appreciative of the people who do come and hang out and vibe, you know? So thanks for hanging out. I appreciate that. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, actually, while we're here. While we're wrapping up for a sec, let me do this. Exclamation mark YT, just the YouTube link. We'll end the YouTube stream off while the ads playing. So thanks to all the YouTube folks for hanging out. Appreciate it as always. Thank you for being here. Thanks for vibing. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for dropping a cheeky like on the stream if you did. We do stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, so if you have a preferred thing, you know, then there you go. Other than that, I'll be back tomorrow. If you don't already, drop a cheeky sub on the channel if you've enjoyed yourselves and you want to see more stuff in this stream. Best thing to do, I suppose. And yeah, we'll be back again tomorrow with some actual War Thunder stuff with the Desert Warrior and the Stormer and the Rapier. Our 2 SPAAs and light tank combination, and we'll go from there. So, yeah. Thanks to everyone for going over there. Appreciate it. And we are going to wrap up that there. So, see you, YouTube folks, tomorrow. You guys have a good one. In the stream. Nice.